All right. Hello and happy Halloween. Basically, Link here with our third stream this week. If you missed the other two, you can check those out on our YouTube channel. But we've been all over the place. We had a great time basically doing Magic of Inventorying with Callum. And then myself and Tony did Power Wash Simulator, the scariest game ever. Well, okay, maybe not. But and then today we are doing Monster of the Week. Basically, this will be basically a Halloween special stream, but of course, like many of you, you'll probably have trick or treating or other parties or events to get to, so it won't be an incredibly long stream, but we will attempt to keep you spooked all the same. And I'm slowly slipping into a vaguely fake Transylvanian accent. I can't say why. In any case, I am the person trying to do this, do that voice, is Mark Delacroix, product lead for Lurelink. And we have so let's go ahead and get started and bring up our contestants. I mean, players. I mean, victims. All right. You are all live and audible. So basically, beware anything you say.
The responsibility.
Yeah.
Hello.
The scariest thing I can think of. I have put your voices live on the internet. You're interacting with the internet. It's terrifying.
Good luck, internet.
Good luck, internet.
All right. So we are playing Monster of the Week, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is basically a game where basically monster hunters, think Buffy, think Supernatural, think Dresden Files, which is another one they like using in here. Basically all your favorite group of individual Ghostbusters. Basically go out, seek out a group of basically a monster, basically interact with it, basically, and ultimately, hopefully, defeat it at the end of the episode, as it were. So they will investigate, they will put together clues, they will figure things out. We will say hello to Unstoppable X. Basically, then at the end of all of that, basically, they will confront the monster and hopefully, basically, put it in its place. So, let's go ahead and introduce yourself and what character you're playing. We'll start left to right, which I can see, which none of you may or may not be able to see. So I'm going to tell you. We'll start with Lady S.
So what I'm hearing is that this must be an X-File.
Yes.
Hi everybody, I'm Lady Storytelling, or Lady S, pronounced she, her, and today I am playing Tanya DeVoe, also pronounced she, her. She's the expert, so I need some of her brain cells to survive the wolfing and be creative today. This is what I told the rest of the crew. Loosely, she is originally from France. Some monstery things led her to start studying anthropology and then going more into some of the occult and learn more about monsters and start dedicating a career in that. Like I joke, she has a resting witch face, if not the other kind outright. And she's really smart. She made sure she's kind of also has some physical abilities and just doesn't only have a book to whack monsters with, even if those books are really thick and heavy and sometimes ancient, so you don't want to damage them. And yeah, that's about it. Unless I'm forgetting something and I'm under caffeinated, so thank you for bearing with me. Happy Halloween.
You're fine. Next up is Michael.
Hello, Michael Dowden here. My pronouns are he, him. I am one of the developers on Lurelink and happy to be here with you today. I also stream sometimes, so, you may have seen me around. I am playing today the Initiate, Preston O'Connor, whose pronouns are they, them. Preston is a member of an ancient society that has been slaying monsters for thousands of years. They know things you can only imagine.
Okay.
I should give you the look too. Sorry. Yes. Heavily
wearing?
tattooed. They are wearing highly ceremonial clothes. They look very functional, but also stand out quite a bit, somewhat ornate. Probably more layers than are strictly necessary, but it looks awesome when they get into action mode. Almost like they were outfitted for TV instead of real life, but
Like,
it works.
are we thinking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon here?
Yeah, you're on
Okay.
the right. You're on the right. Yeah, huh?
Okay.
But with a cape because it has to look awesome when you're moving.
Billowing cape in high style. Noted. So you're going to put the French expert to shame because she prefers practical clothing. Valid.
Oui.
And last but not least, 20.
Hello, I am 20. My pronouns are she, her. My character is Avery Lawson, whose pronouns are also she, her. She is the professional. She works for the agency, and that might be all you know, if you know that much. She packs a wallop. She's pretty armed. She's pretty well armed, and she has an amazing, like, sprinter van full of good stuff, including a monster cage. And her look is she always seems to have this very determined expression on her face. And she's going practical here, folks. She's got some sturdy boots, some blue jeans, a black tee, and a black bomber jacket. Dark hair, probably pulled up in a ponytail. Dark eyes. That's about what you get. She could walk down the street and you wouldn't notice her much.
All right. So, the next question is simply this. Basically, how does your group know each other? Do you want do you want to say that you are basically a professional group who have basically actually work together, basically under one or more of the auspices of basically one of your characters? Are you basically just you've all kind of basically this is you call each other up basically when there are particular cases, basically asking for help and assistance, or is it that basically have you never met any of these people?
I believe we have a professional here, right? Yes, Avery. I'm imagining that I'm a freelance, or that Avery hires because Avery's the professional type and knows who to pull together. That's just my conjecture, but please correct me. It's your character.
Well, I was looking at I have my character sheet here. I don't usually print them out, but it seemed like a good idea. I'm with you, Mike, on this one. I'm thinking we must have met on a mission and worked together unofficially and successfully, Mike. So, yeah. I think I must have called you in for this one. And, Lady S, Tanya's character, it turns out that you and I are related.
Are we?
Yeah, you're my cousin.
Okay.
And so we ended up in the same line of work, basically, sort of. So,
Yeah, that would also explain why you came to me for advice once as well, and that advice got you out of trouble. What trouble did you get in this time, by the way?
I'm not in
When
trouble this time.
No, when I helped you out, what
Oh.
was the trouble?
I mean, I couldn't figure out what the monster was, and your expertise helped with that. I called you
Okay.
up and was like, hey, this is what's happening. And you were like, oh, it's one of these.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. So,
And
good.
I was going to say
and
that
Mike.
I think. No, I was thinking like for. I think that Tanya knew Preston. They may have crossed paths in the past as well. And since I have a huge, Tanya has a huge law library, was thinking that probably one of those books may have been provided by Preston at some point when they worked together in the past. I'm looking at the wall, thinking out loud thing. I can word. Please bear with me, people.
You are fine.
You're doing great.
Okay. So, one of we'll deal with that later. Okay. So, how this starts is a flashlight scans across a crumbling facade, eventually alighting upon the police tape wrapping around the building. A hand pushes aside the tape, and a group of investigators duck under it. As one wrangles the bolt cutters around the paddock, another starts rifling through a brimming case folder. They come in. They don't come out. Dozens, maybe more. We don't know about. Keep your wits about you. Everyone steps across the threshold and is immediately swallowed by the darkness of the hotel, and the door slams shut. And now you're in a hotel lobby. It's a remarkably nice hotel lobby. Feels kind of at odds. Doesn't feel quite right. But the very obviously basically grand, it says Grand Hotel, large letters, lots of large sofas, sitting areas, large tables set out, basically grand staircase leading up. It's got a huge check-in desk with basically lots of little holes for messages and keys behind it. Several luggage carts sit pristine and gleaming in one corner. And mostly silence greets you. Your
Mostly?
footsteps kind of crunch under the carpeting. There's an occasional sound that seems to drift through the hotel. Basically, it's indistinct and hard to really pin down what it is.
So, what kind of magic do I have at my disposal?
So, basically, magic is its own weird thing in... Basically, there are two different... There's big magic, which is you're doing something really, really, really hazardous. Most of the time, magic is just... You have magic. Basically, most investigators have it because it's a world in which magic works. It is up to you what form your magic will take. Basically, maybe for some of you, it is basically you have a ritual that can do certain things, or maybe it's basically you have a magical device or something like that that will basically give you some kind of reading which is appropriate for your basically for a career where it's sufficiently advanced science, sufficiently advanced magic, indistinguishable from each other, as it were. This is kind of your use magic as your move when you want to do something supernatural. That's what use magic is there for. It's I want to do something supernatural, describe what your character is doing and what they're trying to accomplish. Basically, the only thing, if you want to do something really big, then we get into big magic and there are consequences and other stuff for that. But like some of the effects they list are like inflict harm, enchant a weapon, do something beyond human limitation, bar a place or a portal, trap a specific creature, banish a spirit, summon a monster, communicate with something you don't share a language with, observe another place or time, heal a little bit, things like that. All of that kind of fall under magic you are assumed to have in some way access to. It is kind of up to you if your character even believes in it, would even use it, basically if they do, what form that would take.
Got it. So I'm wondering if there is a way for me to increase my perception of the sounds.
Okay.
Understand kind of the source or the origin or what's going on.
Basically, are you just wanting to make your hearing, basically just make your hearing sharper temporarily, or are you wanting to pick a particular direction or sound and try to basically focus in on it?
I want to focus in on the sounds and kind of have some sort of sensory awareness of the area.
Okay. How, basically, how would you do that? Basically, go ahead and give me a description of that, and then we can roll.
Okay, I'm going to pause for a moment on the carpet. I'm going to do some very careful footwork where I trace the magical lines with my feet. I draw some symbols in the air, and then I pull my hand across my face and I focus very hard as I listen, trying to project my awareness to the source of the sound.
Okay. And give me a roll, basically a roll plus weird. And so basically in Monster Hunter, everything is plus an attribute. Basically to see what move you want to do, you do a roll, which is going to be 2d6, which will appear in basically our DD dice, which is down there.
So you said 2d6?
2d6, and then you will add weird.
Add your weird.
Okay, a 12. Basically magic works without issue. Okay. So, basically, as you kind of focus in, basically you try to increase your awareness of the sound. Basically it goes off, basically you feel it, the magic flow, and basically everything feels right and basically precise, you've done it correctly. And as soon as you finish, you're immediately overwhelmed with a bunch of different crystal clear sounds. Basically, you can hear a roaring party. You can hear a man sobbing uncontrollably. You can hear water pouring. You can hear someone loading a shotgun. You can hear footsteps. So many basically footsteps. But then there's so many of the footsteps, they almost seem to blur together and almost basically just become this onerous, loud, kind of basically the single sound, as if someone was shuffling, an enormous person was shuffling across carpeting and stairs and basically things, and basically and above, basically, and underneath all of that, you just have basically there's this low kind of almost chant hum and creak, as if everything, like the entire building, was just groaning and shaking and shifting. And then it all just cuts out. And it's back to all being distinctly background noises. You've got a general idea for most of those where they were. But basically,
Okay.
but there was a lot of basically different sounds that just immediately became crystal clear and sharp and then disappeared again.
I'm really wanting to focus in on, you said shotgun, somebody's loading a shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds dangerous. Do I have any idea where that might be?
That one was
That's where the action
basically
is.
that was in one of the hallways, basically, of the hotel above you.
Okay. All right, coming back to my senses.
Yeah, the only thing that keeps you basically being able to even vaguely break those apart is the fact that you were basically using magic. Otherwise, that would have been just a giant cacophony.
Yeah. I will give a brief outline of what I experienced, but focusing in on the somebody's loading a shotgun upstairs in the hallway. That might warrant a further review. I think I might be able to lead us there.
Lady S20?
Well, that's more leads than we had like a moment ago. And it's not as if we came here expecting a walk in the park.
It's true.
Okay. So you're going to go upstairs?
Sounds
It's
good.
as good a place to start as any. What's in that file?
What file?
One of us was holding a file of papers, right?
Were you? Yeah. You're holding
That's
a file
what
of
you.
papers.
That's what you described coming in.
Yeah.
I would assume the expert has it. What do you
Okay.
got in there?
Yeah, expert, you have a file. What's a file?
Oh, I totally miss that, so my character is the expert, not me right now. It's cool. That's why it's called role playing. It's I'm kind of curious what we have in the file. Do I need to like review it or just say what I see in it?
Oh, you're an expert, which means the fact that like before you came here, you obviously did research.
Yes, I'm just double checking that I'm not
That is
already.
Your first ability on your expert sheet, I believe, is what applies here. Where is it?
Because I was looking at Investigator Mystery and was curious if I needed to use that to review, but
Where was it? I thought there was. Was I looking at somebody else's character which had the?
It's not me.
what was the name of that ability you said, Mark?
I had thought I had seen, basically. Now I'm the one who's like, I could have sworn I've seen something, and now it is gone. Is it the professional that has that? Professional has that one. Let's deal with the agency. Oh no, it's okay. That's why. I bet you it's that. Sorry.
It's a character we don't have.
Probably.
Yeah, because I was going to.
Basically, go ahead and roll. Yes, that's what it is. go ahead and roll. I believe it is going to be. Basically, you've got a haven, you've got a lore. Basically, what's in your haven? You have a lore library?
Yes, I have a law library, an infirmary, and a workshop.
Okay. So obviously the lore library is what applies here. Basically, you are investigating the mystery.
Yes, that's what I thought. So it's I'm going to roll sharp, and I have +2 on it. So
Yes.
+2. Ugh.
Okay.
Oh, I can still ask you one question, though.
Yep. So,
Oops.
what aspect would you have focused in on?
What happened here and what was reported about why this place is under investigation?
Okay. So, this is the Grand Hotel. Basically, famed hotel in the city. Been here for probably almost a century, if not more. Basically, has hosted dignitaries, basically parties, basically summits, major events. But slowly over time, basically, as it got modernized, basically as modernization hit, it fell behind. Upkeep costs got expensive. Wasn't in the part of town it was in wasn't the best part of town. But you seem to recall that basically that there were a number of cases of people coming to a hotel and not coming back out. Basically, urban explorers were the big ones that started your investigation. But then looking into the history of the hotel, it seems like it's been happening for a while. Basically, there are reports of many different types of even throughout the hotel's history of people going into the hotel and not coming back out. Basically, guests checking in and then never being heard from again. Basically, events being scheduled and then never happening. Things like that throughout the history of the hotel. And it's been more recently, basically, it has gotten it's gotten a little bit more prominent in recent times because, like, an urban explorer was live streaming, and then their live stream would cut
boy.
out. And so,
But were
yep.
But were they heard from again after that?
Not that you have found.
Okay, so I think that one thing that Tanya would have done is not only research the different disappearance over time, but also in that specific case, since they're right there now, it's like trying to get an idea of also what equipment several of the people, like in the more recent time, may have.
Mm-hmm.
So of things we may be looking for a clue, and in that case, like I think I've shared with the group like what they knew about that urban explorer, that live stream from the hotel, and she would have asked questions about people they worked with and be like, hey, what equipment did the person have? Not just what they were wearing or something, but knowing that they may be looking at the equipment as possible clues of what happened and where people may have been taken from specific rooms in the hotel.
Okay. Yeah, people basically you'll now basically having a somewhat addict basically if you're like, oh yeah, Rupert McGinnis. Urban basically famous basically urban streamer, things like that. Definitely basically he's on your radar because he is basically known for tending towards doing so-called haunted places. Does all basically, and so he tends to, he can be a little bit of a canary in a coal mine in terms of, oh hey, this basically that weird thing he saw was an actual weird thing and not just something he was faking. And so basically he's got the full rig, basically of like GoPros. He usually has a bag with some kind of your usual basically spooky detection devices, whether or not they actually work or not, and how much of them are just faked and rigged. It's hard to tell. You know, spectrometers, Geiger counters, basically other weird things that click and make whistling noises at random appropriate moments.
Well, that's actually something that, since we know what they have, would Preston have heard anything that could have been some of that weird or recent equipment or modern type of equipment?
Not that he basically, not that he seems to remember. They seem to remember.
Yeah, okay, well, since there was a ton of noises, and I feel like just finishing on that Rupert McGuinness, are they known for carrying weapons?
No.
Okay, so the shotgun couldn't have been their shotgun.
Seems unlikely. That doesn't
Okay.
fit.
Okay, that's the one question I could get since I rolled a 7, so I did
Yeah, well,
ask the thing.
Yep, basically, yeah, you've got all that in your case file notes. Basically, you've got some pictures. Basically, they're kind of blurry screen caps.
The 90s are calling, and they want the screen caps back.
Yeah.
Put the files back in your satchel or carry-all or whatever you have carrying all of that stuff. Okay.
Oh, she's definitely carrying a backpack for the most part, and there's a small satchel at the front cross, but she does like being able to have her hands free, including for her weapons, because she's seen things.
Makes sense. 20?
20, not 20. I'm 20.
Are you?
And or do I have a mystery on my own hands in my own home?
Avery, that's her name, is just, hold on, let me pull up the thing. Avery would like to investigate this mystery and see if she sees signs of what kind of creature may be about. And so, as far as I'm aware, that would be an investigative mystery roll. So sharp plus...
Unless you're using something else that changes it, yes.
Yeah, that's okay. We're doing our best here. So 2d6 plus... How do you change the modifier? Oh, there's... -1. Alright, here we go.
Okay. an 8. So you're basically, are you just kind of basically looking around, looking at corners, or you just basically, there anything basically, how are you investigating?
I mean, we're using our five senses here. We're smelling, we're looking at the floor, we're looking in corners. Are there marks on the walls? Obviously, I'm not going to lick anything because I'm not Martine
So four senses,
Or-
four senses.
or Luna. But, you know, running a free hand across surfaces to see what we feel, touch, smell, hearing, sight.
Okay. So, as you're going down the, basically kind of through the, basically through the hallway, you're kind of touching walls, and basically they've got some of that wood paneling on it. You're looking at carpeting. You're slowly kind of, basically, thing is you're noticing basically like basically some of the paint is peeling and cracking, bald spots in the carpeting. The doors you're passing are basically most of them are shut. But basically things you are basically some of them are open, basically into a dark room, window beyond. Basically, breeze blowing through. But the things you are kind of picking up on are there is things basically like basically looking at some of the sorry, trying to get something pop up. Basically, you're seeing basically occasionally you're catching like fingernail scrapes along the wall. As if you are basically as if someone was basically trying to hold onto the wall and being dragged down the hallway. There are basically looking at some of the corners, you're picking up on the fact that there are some of the corners basically look scraped as if something had come through and damaged the walls. Basically had come across, basically something had been kind of dragged through it, basically banged into the corner. Basically someone was moving something heavy and banged into the corner. Basically some of the hardwood floors in some sections are basically are splintered. Basically as if something heavy had been dropped on them. Do you have any particular, because you had an 8 total, so basically you were just looking for creatures, what you were going for, so basically
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what kind of creature it is based on the cues I'm getting.
Yeah,
Do I have any ideas?
So basically something large, something dragging, something basically it feels like it is something that is like just basically big and large and dragging things around corners and pulling people places is kind of the basic clue. You don't have a basically you're not it's not completely adding up, but basically it's kind of that's kind of the general vibe you're getting.
Okay, so Avery will say very quietly to her comrades, whatever it is, it's big enough to drag people down the hall.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Agreed. Avery's going to get out her submachine gun.
Okay. Preston or Lady S?
I think that Tanya is going to be like that. A big honking thing would make sense with how the way this live stream ended abruptly, because the way it was not just a clear cut, but like kind of feel like something whacked the equipment or something might make sense. Like it's not necessarily that was definitely this creature, but it could track no matter what that thing is. So yeah, she's definitely glad she has her weapons as well. She does have two knives, and but she's not taking her what is it, the other thing she has? Oh, she has a shotgun, but she's not pulling it out yet. She's just still one knife and one dagger ready to be used. So yeah, even if she's aware that it's not always the most helpful against being honking creatures.
Okay.
You've learned some stuff. You've figured some things out. You've got techniques.
So, does this count as the beginning of a mystery?
Why do you ask?
Because the initiate has the ability to ask their sect for some useful info
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did that.
for the. Okay, I did that. Okay, cool. So since it seems like the danger has increased, Preston appears totally unconcerned, but their costume ripples slightly, and the next thing you know, there is a 9mm in the left hand and a sword in the right hand.
Okay.
Is there any evidence, or do we have enough information yet to start to put a conjecture together about what the nature of this threat might be? Based on past experiences.
You've dealt with, I mean, basically, given the nature of this group, I'm going to guess that this group has dealt with basically creatures of all sorts, basically things like that. And so, yeah, you have memories of the fact that you've definitely basically have fought things which basically like a werewolf lurking in the woods, basically kidnapping joggers that came through. So big things grabbing people, dragging them off, not unusual. Basically, meaning that basically they are unusual, but not unusual for you. You've seen it before. Your sect has dealt with. Your sect has fought such things in the past.
Okay.
Talking in the woods, you encounter a bear or a man. Your choice. Or a werewolf. Maybe the man's a werewolf. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
I'll go with the bear. Thank you. Also, quick thing, I think that actually Tanya has her magical dagger in one of her hand at this point, just to be on the safe side. I realized I wasn't super clear earlier.
Yep. So the noise of a party is starting to get louder, basically, as you're heading down this hallway, and there's a ballroom basically up ahead. At least that's what it looks like. Large doors. Basically, there's catering carts outside. Basically, you can definitely hear the sound of a party going on. Basically, brass sections going strong.
What era first of all, can Tanya and Avery hear this at this point?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's just down basically it's just down a little bit down the hallway, yeah.
Secondly, what era is the music from?
It's swing. Really nice, basically big
Swing.
band
Big
era.
band. Got it. Okay.
I was just reminded of my Dr. Seuss, but I will restrain myself.
What are
Big
we
bands,
eating
pig bands.
Oh. I was gonna say, are we eating green eggs and ham with the band?
No.
Fox and socks.
Yeah. Ben's band, Bim's band, big bands, pig bands, Bim and Ben lead bands with brooms, Ben's band bangs and Bim's band booms, you know. The usual. Is it bad that that's the first thing I thought of when I heard big bands?
No, not bad, but how did you remember all that? How many times did you read that book to Unstoppable X is the question.
I don't even want to answer that question. Yes, you're correct, X.
Nice.
Self.
That is one of at least two Dr. Seuss books that at one point I had totally memorized.
That's great.
Also, just to double check, as far as we know, we're alone, save for whatever we're facing in the hotel, right?
I mean,
As in, the party sounds make no sense. We were not expecting to walk into an actual party of
Event.
people there.
it feels a little unusual, yeah.
Okay. Just checking, And also, like, one thing I was thinking about, what's the electricity and the light status in the hotel? I know were talks of flashlights and everything, but how is it actually? What's the status of lights working or not working in the hotel?
This hallway is well lit.
Okay. For now.
Don't give the GM ideas.
Oh, I know, I don't. Sometimes we can make things work for us, It's all about giving the GM ideas that you can use against them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I may have underestimated you, Lady S.
So, what do you want to do?
Okay. Avery is gonna walk toward the ballroom door, I guess, and look inside the ballroom.
Okay. Inside the ballroom, big 1930s, basically 20s, 30s era, because Big Ben Swing is technically mid 30s. But basically everyone is dressed basically era appropriate. Basically, there's a band up on basically a stage in the back of the ballroom. Basically, and they're going to town. Basically, people are dancing, people are celebrating. There is a drinks, basically juice and other things, which is off to the side. Though you basically basically watching it, you obviously catch basically that there's a basically well, it's very prominently has basically like water and juice and other things which are up on the counters. Occasionally, you catch the servers reaching under a counter, basically taking the juice and going under the counter with it before it comes back up. Basically, knowing winks and nods and dollars being dropped onto dollars and quarters, actually probably more like quarters, being dropped onto tables. Basically, people are basically the dance floor is basically lively and moving. People having a great time. Dance Dance Revolution.
Can put the weapons away for a moment, but don't need to startle anyone.
Yep.
This is a lively, active place with real people who don't need to be brought into the madness.
When money is exchanging hands,
Mm-hmm.
what does the currency look like? Are we talking the currency is the same era as the music, or the currency is modern?
The currency is the basically quarters and basically it is definitely not modern. Basically, modern amounts that would be being paid. You do not see a single credit card.
Do I see any of the state quarter series, or are we talking George Washington only?
Basically, it's George Washington. Bartender basically asks you what you want.
Oh, nothing for me, thanks.
Yeah,
I'm good.
just let me know if you need to wet your whistle. And he gives you a friendly wink and goes back to serving.
An old-fashioned, please.
An old-fashioned type of gentleman. I understand. Basically, it takes he clinking glass and basically kind of. Actually, I need to double check something. Okay. I had to do a quick double check to make sure he knew what an old-fashioned was. Basically spends a couple minutes underneath underneath the counter. You hear clinking glass. Basically kind of a pour. Then he kind of brings it back up and basically hands it to you with a smile and is like, an old-fashioned iced tea for you. Basically slides it across the counter and basically then obviously stands expectantly waiting.
I will flip him a silver dollar.
He snatches it out of the air and gives you a grin and a wink. Basically, it much like everything else disappears under the counter. Yeah, basically, enjoy your day. Hope you find a pretty dame to dance with, sir.
Is there, since we obviously are not wearing the appropriate attire, are we getting weird looks from anybody, or are just people behaving as if we were dressed accordingly to the era we stumbled into?
You have not gotten any weird looks other than basically that bit of weird basically assumption there. I don't know if you are more presenting one way or another, Preston.
Well, I would say it would be not inappropriate for him to make that assumption from his era.
Okay.
But the clean, the very clean face and long hair, flowing outfit. It kind of depends on your interpretation and your cultural expectations.
You have expected more of a reaction, but at the same time, you understand the reaction. Basically,
Exactly. I just stare at him for a moment. Take the drink, sniff it.
Smells like
But not like a. I'm not gonna sniff it like a. Is this spoiled? I'm gonna like get some nose on it, right?
Okay.
Yeah, savor it. Is it legit?
It smells like the memories of the best old fashioned you've ever had.
Take a small sip, letting it start at the tip of the tongue and roll slowly back to maximize the experience.
Basically, it slides and burns and fills your mouth and sinuses with the appropriate, the appropriate scents and tastes, and burns all the way down.
Oh, it's a strong one. Okay.
Man, now I want
look back at the bartender and give him a wink. All right.
How's that iced tea, Preston?
Oh, yes. The man knows how to mix a drink. And I will kind of casually move through the crowd.
Okay.
I am going to be observing I'm going to be brushing up close to people, not so much as to bump into them, but enough that my cape will kind of drag along them. And I'm going to be watching to make sure that it does so appropriately. I just have this weird feeling in here.
Okay. You walk through the crowd. You get dance offers from basically dapper gentlemen and stunning ladies. Basically, as you go through, basically since you're looking for it, your cape, basically you will bump into people and they'll react. Your cape will basically nobody seems to stumble or fall. Most people seem to adjust to your presence. No one's upset with you walking through. Again, basically the most reaction you get is basically someone will raise a glass to you, someone will smile, someone will wink.
I reciprocate.
Basically, you'll get a nudge of someone basically pointing out someone else in the crowd, and basically slipping you a piece of information about basically so and so he's here and he's dancing with that person. Can you believe it?
Oh, I will commiserate with each one of these. Like I'm gonna work the crowd as best as I can. Although this is not my speciality.
You're awkward and stumbling, but basically they smooth it over, and basically just everyone just kind of laughs and chuckles and nods, and then goes back to whatever they're doing.
I'm using cool for this, not charm. I'm trying to maintain cool under pressure. I'm not.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
I'm just making sure we understand where this character's coming from.
Yep, give me an under pressure roll.
Oof.
Okay. So basically, like, you're laughing a little loud. You're basically kind of stumbling a little bit. You're kind of just nodding. For the most part, nobody seems to really basically like you might briefly get a reaction, but then it seems to get lost back in the swirl of things, and you have a hard time finding that particular person again anyway. The biggest thing that you noticed is that no one seems to be tripping over, basically, you're kind of brushing your cape into people and things like that, but no one is really tripping over it or stumbling over it or anything like that. Everyone just seems to kind of glide over it, around it, basically without really, basically, having troubles interacting with it. If you focus in on it, you can see them stepping over it. Basically, they'll step around it, they'll dodge it, they'll whatever. But you start to notice if you're not paying attention to it, they just, like, you had to double check a couple times, like, would that have, and then you watch, and yeah, no, everything works, but then you go back, and basically, again, it just slips a little bit. Basically, someone's a little bit too close for not to trip or stumble, but basically, then you watch them, and they're just moving, basically, they're just beautiful dancers moving through. So you find yourself kind of in the center of the dance floor. Basically, dances going on around you, bands playing. Basically, same big bands, so basically music. You'll spot something that doesn't fit in, that jars you.
Okay.
It's the first thing that's really kind of jarred you, that just didn't feel right. Everything else has just kind of felt, but basically, you came in, everything felt natural. Basically, it seems to fit in.
It's just an old-timey costume party type of thing, you know. It's fine.
Sure. But just Alphabet's dance from Wicked. I mean, it's either that or Wednesday's dance from season 1.
I've not seen Wednesday.
I haven't actually seen the show, but I've seen the clips of the dance. Basically, Tanya isn't dancing; she's discreetly prowling at the edge of the dance floor. So where is Avery, though?
Avery is still over by the bar, but she's watching carefully as Preston wanders through the crowd to see what she notices.
Okay. Drink in your hand is kind of cold.
I don't have a drink.
Yeah, you do.
No, I didn't order a drink.
You have a drink.
How did this drink get in my hand? I didn't order a drink.
You must have ordered one at some point, or someone handed it to you. You've been by the bar long enough.
Avery just sets it on the bar. She's not drinking that.
Okay. So, basically, all of you will note, because it jars all of you. It's the first thing that didn't feel right. Is a nondescript individual. Basically, in a bright purple suit. Elegant cut, but not quite right for the era. Bright green, almost neon green necktie. Seems to be kind of making his way through the dance floor.
Does he have green hair?
No.
Just checking.
Basically, just kind of dark hair. Basically, but he's kind of making his way through the dance floor. Not dancing. Dancers that do this basically, same kind of thing with the other dancers. They seem to just kind of avoid him, move around him, flow around him. But it becomes apparent that he's kind of... Basically, there is one gentleman who is kind of waiting on the edge of the dance floor, not certain if he's basically whether or not he's waiting on a partner who's left or seeking a partner. Hard to tell. But becomes kind of apparent that the person in purple is slowly kind of moving through the dance floor, kind of curling, but kind of walking behind him, kind of slowly kind of spiraling around him.
So, to be clear, there is someone waiting by the dance floor, and the purple suit is appearing to stalk him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's slowly walking around. Basically makes a loop behind him, comes back, and slowly kind of walks up to the gentleman. Hello, Diadems. Basically, will slowly kind of walk up and basically give the gentleman a hug. The gentleman will suddenly scream, loud, piercing, basically completely overriding in your ears any music, any chatter, anything else. And then it'll cut off, and the gentleman is gone. And the man in purple will slowly start walking back the way he came.
Can
No one else in
The-
the room
the one
seems
who's-
to react.
The one who screamed, did he fall over? Did he disappear? Did he...
He is no longer there. He was there, he was
Okay.
being hugged, and now he's gone.
I'm gonna chase the hugger. Weapons come out.
Okay. What are you basically... He doesn't seem to be paying you particular attention.
Was Tanya able to see the hugger from where she was?
Yes, all of you had a decent perspective on it.
Okay.
And
Is
they-
there anything about that person that would? I'm kind of curious if she would have. It would have been anything that triggered like her encyclopedic knowledge, should I say, in what the hugger was wearing or the behavior or anything.
I mean, it is very basically. You would have twigged on the fact that his clothing is basically not appropriate for the era. It is closer to something like you would expect to see. And basically, so it is basically more modern cut.
So no specific songs of another group or affiliation they may have dealt with before.
No, basically, trying to think. Actually, there would be a tattoo, but it isn't anything you recognize immediately. At least not without basically a closer look.
Where was the tattoo? It looked like.
Basically, side of his neck. And it looked, basically, from what you briefly could see from this distance, like, you really couldn't get a good focus in on it. It looks like, basically multiple squiggly lines.
Okay.
Okay.
Since Preston is going after the hugger, are we a possibility based on where we're in the room to try to cut off the hugger as Preston is going after them?
Do you basically, do you want to be basically do you want to be closer to a doorway? Do you want to be closer to basically where you basically, I guess, where do you want to be positioned? Are you closer to the outside of
She's-
the room or the inside of the room?
Oh, definitely she's closer to the outside of the room.
Okay.
She stayed in the perimeter and the external perimeter the whole time.
Okay. Avery?
Does this qualify as a bad situation? Or not yet?
For which ability?
For read a bad situation.
For read a bad situation. Okay. Yeah, it probably counts for basically for read a bad situation.
I mean, he did attack someone. So, okay. I would like to look around and see what I can figure out. I think my question is... Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? And I am going to roll. And because I am a professional, I get, hang on. Don't I get...
A bonus for that?
I thought I could substitute cool, but I think I'm wrong. Hold on.
Because otherwise I should be the one reading the bad situation with my sharp intellect.
Oh,
at
yes.
least my characters.
I have tactical genius, which substitutes my cool for sharp.
That makes sense.
Thank you. 2d6 plus 2.
Excellent. So you basically it takes it feels like it's a little bit of a struggle, but basically you manage to kind of separate out all the chaos of what's going on in the room. And basically you're looking for dangers you haven't noticed. And there's a hole in the floor. Large, jagged. Just basically off the dance floor. Basically, it seems to be the direction that the hugger is walking.
Okay, Avery will call out, "Watch out for the hole," so that Preston and Tanya are aware.
Okay. All right.
And meanwhile, she's tracking the hugger. I imagine she's going to be delayed getting to him. I think I was farther away.
Okay.
So the hole was in the... Where was the hole exactly?
It's just in the floor of the room.
Okay, but not completely at the edge, more closer to the inside, right?
A little bit closer to the... Basically, it's... I would say it's about halfway between the wall and the center of the room.
Okay. So I think that Tanya would still try to cut off the hugger because where she is. She heard every, but is close enough to the periphery of the room that the hole is not a huge issue. That would cost her time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Preston, you're approaching the hugger. Doesn't seem to be paying attention to you.
All right. I'm going to move close enough. I'm going to just sweep out with my foot to trip him from behind, thrusting my sword in his face as he falls. Halt.
That sounds like you are going for kick some ass. Basically, I'm asking because kick some ass has is good and bad. Basically,
I don't know what the options are.
Did you not get the other set of PDFs, Mike?
Nope.
Okay. I'm
They were-
slacking them to you.
Thank you.
I think this is the one. It's got all the basic moves on it.
Which I'm delighted I had open in another
Got
tab,
it.
otherwise I would have been like, oops.
Got
Before.
it. Sorry, I thought that was the link that we were told was outdated. I never actually opened it. Okay.
yeah, maybe.
I think that, yeah, kick some ass is probably correct here.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead
Yep.
and
So, roll plus tough, huh?
unless you have
Oops,
another different move in basically on your
Nope. What is my tough? Oh, there we go. Boop. Doop, doop, doop.
Do you remember you have basically some of your
Oh
abilities?
no. Houston, we have a problem. All right, what are the options? All right, let's use some luck.
Okay.
Initiate special. When you spend a point of luck, something goes wrong for your sect. Good times. Good times. That's not what I want to hear. But I'm still okay.
Yeah.
That becomes a 12.
Okay. So, basically that is a basically okay. So, what extra?
And I am going to forward to Tanya.
Forward what? Sorry, now I'm the one who is confused.
So basically, forward is essentially a way of giving people an advantage later.
Thank you.
Forward is a +1 on your next roll.
Oh, I see it now. Yes, I figured out where it was. Thank you. Teamwork.
What's your basically? Were you basically?
I've just tripped them
you're
so
just
far.
going for a trip. Okay, so you're going with unarmed, which is just basically 0 harm. Basically, we're going. Basically, tripping is probably 0 harm, incapacitate. Basically, essentially, is the effect
That
we're
works for me.
looking to add. So Basically, you sweep the legs from underneath them. And everything feels wrong. Like you plant this kick beautifully, and basically you drop, basically you drop, basically you take the heel, you yank it out from underneath. At least that's what you should be doing. But instead, everything in the room kind of shudders. And it feels like you've just wrenched something. Basically, like, not you've wrenched something, but basically, like, you have wrenched a large object. And basically kind of slam. Basically, you could just basically, like, the floor cracks slightly.
Okay. I know what to do next, but
Are we inside the monster?
And everything kind of judders slightly. And basically, like, you feel like you've done basically it kind of turns to face you, and you realize it doesn't. You can't get a good handle on what his features are. They're just so incredibly nondescript. Like, you're sure there's 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth there somewhere. It'd be hard to describe them. But you do get a better feeling for the tattoo.
That's what I wanted to ask. So yeah.
And then he kind of runs and dives down the hole. Backwards? Did he run backwards? That was weird. That seems not right. And
Yeah, how does it look compared? Because Tanya was kind of trying to be in the way and cut him off when Preston tackled that person. So
are you between,
how does it look?
were you between him and the hole?
Huh. Fascinating, since the hole was between me and the inside of the room, since she was closer to the wall.
Yeah, but you're trying to cut him off, so were you trying to do that by getting between him and the hole?
Sure.
Okay.
That room is moving very interestingly as well, I'm just saying.
So, are you trying to grab him? Are you trying to basically just get in his way?
When I see him move away and rush away from Preston, I'm going to try to literally cut him off and grab him if I can.
Okay.
Why not do some poor life choices on Halloween, people?
absolutely, I'm here for it.
Good, because that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Poor life choices on Halloween. Oh boy.
Yes. I'm a witch, I can do that.
Okay. So you grab onto him, and suddenly you find yourself heading towards the hole.
Great!
Like you grabbed onto a freight train.
Oh.
There's a lot of French cussing going on, just so we're clear at that point. somewhere along the line of putain de bordel de merde.
Uh,
Oh. Ah.
My
Okay.
partner, everyone.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Thank
The
you for the illustration.
Merovingian, the Merovingian from the Matrix has nothing on me.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so freight train heading toward the hole. What are my options?
What would basically you have grabbed onto something much denser, thicker, faster, stronger than you expected.
Okay.
And you are being dragged towards the hole.
Okay, so he's like, do I keep holding on or do I drop the thing before I go get into the hole? That feels like it.
Or does anybody else help you out? Because, for example, Avery hasn't done anything. Basically, Avery could help out.
Yeah.
Basically, it's either Avery helping out. You could act under pressure for Tanya. If Tanya wants to get violent, it becomes kick some ass.
I'm gonna try a protect someone roll. Can
Okay,
I do that?
That works too. Yep.
I was going to say I would act under pressure in my case, but yeah, go on, Avery. Cousin! Damn it!
So how are you going to protect your cousin, Avery?
I'm gonna try to.
You just see them kind of yanked off of their feet. Basically just being dragged along by this purple suited hugger.
I'm gonna purple suited hugger. what a name. I'm going to try to tackle her away from the hugger and help her break her hold.
Okay.
So that's 2d6 plus tough. Here we go. Dear Lord, can I use some luck, please?
You always may.
Okay. What do I do for that? I don't know that mechanic very well.
Trying to remember the exact mechanics. You had it handy, Mike?
Yeah, it's on my character sheet. It just says mark luck to change your roll to 12 or to avoid all harm.
Well,
Yeah,
that's all right.
okay.
The luck counter. Second. Every hunter has a counter of luck. They can call in an emergency. When you mark a part of luck, you choose one of the following lucky breaks. Decrease a wound you just suffered to 0 harm. After you roll, retroactively change it to a 12. Your playbook has a luck counter that keeps track of how much luck is left. You have a limited supply. Make it count.
Yeah,
If
I
you
would
mark
like
all
to
your
change
luck,
that.
bad things happen to you.
Yes, I would like to change that to a 12, please.
Okay. So, basically, you almost stumble. Basically, you're having to kind of dodge your way through people. Trying to get to. You spend a funny like your next message from the agency comes with lots of red tape. Oof. So, basically, and then you just give up trying to and just dive. And it feels weird briefly, like what happened doesn't make sense. Like there were people between you and Tanya, and then but they weren't. They didn't stop you from the basically the dive works. Like you were going to slam it at some people, but you don't, and you instead hit Tanya. And both of you kind of roll and end up in the corner of the room.
Phew.
Thank you, Avery. Did I
Welcome.
get a better look on that freaking tattoo?
Yes.
Good.
Go
Freaking
ahead.
tattoo.
Go ahead and give me another. Basically, this is going to be. We'll call it. Basically, it is probably, unless I'm missing something. This is probably an investigate the mystery. You get a +1 forward from Preston, since they gave you that when they were. Basically, they give you a better description from their interaction. And the individual is gone, by the way.
Okay, so if I got the +1, do I have to use the +1 right now?
Yes, it's your next roll.
Okay, so I have a +3 then, because for Investigate a Mystery I already have a +2, so better be good.
I'll be
Fucking
right back,
doodle
but I'm
butts.
listening.
Fucking doodle butt. Sorry, guys. Oh my god. I feel like I should use a point of luck at this point, because...
That's
We're
3 in a
going to-
row. 4, 6, 4. We're doing great.
I'm going to use a point of luck, and I am not sorry to make that a 12, because
Okay.
that's our best lead right now.
The expert, when the expert spends a point of luck, you discover something happening now is related to something you were involved in years ago. So,
I've seen that tattoo before, I
you
think,
have
then.
seen that tattoo before.
Mhm.
That basically, you've seen it in basically cult markings. It is a cult that you were kidnapped by, and then had to fight your way out of before they sacrificed you to some being that they worshipped. When you returned, basically after freeing yourself with the rest of your team, the cult were all dead. Possibly
Or so we
either
thought.
assisted or otherwise, but they basically all of the members were dead. It is basically the tattoo, the mark, the sigil is a set of basically kind of squiggly branch-like lines, basically kind of extending upward from a dark void.
Oh shit. Was that cult when my character was kidnapped? Was that in was that in the U.S. or was that back in France, where she grew up?
That one
She
wasn't
lived there.
That wasn't no. Basically, this was when your team was with you, so this is probably the U.S.
Okay, just checking because she started her career in France, so that's why I'm asking. Okay. Well, Palpatine has returned somehow.
Somehow, Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
You have to play Fortnite, kids, in order to actually get the real reason why.
Mark. We do not suggest that people play.
we do not
channel.
endorse people playing Fortnite.
We do not endorse Fortnite on this channel.
Correct. So I can keep playing with you all. Noted. Yeah, so I think this is what's going to trip Tanya more than the fact that she almost ended into a hole. It's just like, well, shit. Because in all of these years, she never found over traces. She took that for granted that the cult was gone.
Mm-hmm.
I think she would have tried to keep tabs on it just in case, and kind of like, in case she saw any resurgence, because that was definitely significant traumatic experience, and the fact that she never saw anything and that it's coming out of nowhere, that's like, well, well, shit. Let's be honest, like, because, and now I so she's going to say that she knew that cult. I don't think Preston would know that she was kidnapped by them, but I think Avery would know about that since they're cousin. But she may have mentioned the cult in previous discussion with Preston without giving all the details of how she knew about that cult,
Okay.
So yeah.
You said, and correct me if this is something Avery doesn't know, you said that when she came back with her team, all of the cult members were dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Avery looks at Tanya and says, do we think this is actually the being they were worshipping?
It could be. Or it could also be that we're either seeing as there was actually enough shoot or survivors and we didn't realize that, or it could be people who decided to resurrect the cult but being full new members, and what they may be worshipping maybe they may have decided to they may have thought that a creature was the being the cult previously worshipped, but it may be the exact same thing or it may be different and inspired by. That wouldn't be the first time I run into this type of behaviors. But if it's original cult members and they realize I'm here, that might get interesting. More French cussing ensues.
Okay. So, what do you want to do now? The party continues on around you, seemingly unperturbed.
They didn't react
Okay.
to any of it?
Nope.
I'm going to use some big magic. What are my choices here?
Do it.
Use magic, big magic. I would like to dispel all illusions and see what's really here.
Okay.
Juicy. Hopefully.
Big magic covers everything more powerful, bringing back something from the dead. Yeah. So, the big with so
Oh, big. Maybe I can't do big magic, actually. Or maybe it's dangerous. I need everybody to hold hands. Join me in this magic circle that I am drawing.
Wouldn't be the first time, Preston. Hopefully we don't summon an additional monster. Remember that one time?
Yeah, let's not do that again.
I think we got enough on our hands. Well, if
Okay.
you summon another monster, Preston, you owe me another tome for my library, just so we're clear.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll buy you the drink of your choice once we're out.
Let's see here.
Uh-huh.
So, because you're doing this essentially in a hurry, you're essentially casting a big magic on this, basically on the fly. Let's go with basically it's going to doing something this fast is going to cause some backlash. So everyone is going to take a harm. You will take more if it fails. You will take a harm even if it succeeds. And for as long as you want to keep the spell active, you'll be at a penalty to sharp. Because it is going to mess up your vision.
That's fair.
Excuse me.
So those are the two side effects I will put on this. We're doing this in a hurry.
That's fair.
Okay. Oh, and of course the last and more obvious one that Tanya would of course know would be that if it is some kind of weird extra dimensional being using a lot of magic does kind of put a giant spotlight on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think at this point Tanya is like, she knows that, but which also came to, well, hopefully you're not dragging another, summoning another monster out. But she's also realizing that since her mere presence is here and we're facing a cult, or what was inspired by a cult that specifically targeted her before, they're basically going to have a big giant target mark on them sooner than later. So she's like, let's, use the big gun and do what we can as quickly as we can to gain any advantage we can get in this specific case.
Okay. Okay, and 9 is not a full success, but a success with problems. Basically, it'll be be a success with a glitch.
Yeah.
So, everybody takes 1 harm.
Yep. One more or one total?
Basically 1 total. You
Okay.
will take an additional harm. And you're at a -2 penalty for sharp because you are seeing 3 things overlaid on top of each other. You are seeing the
Good times.
ballroom with its dancing and basically decorations and bands and bartenders. You're seeing a dilapidated hotel that has been abandoned for years, if not decades. Crumbling facades, broken windows, graffiti. Basically one of those pieces of graffiti, directly behind the bandstand, as it were, matches the cult symbol. And lastly,
Figures.
you're also seeing the ceiling of a room covered in pipes, dripping water. You're basically, and something is slithering around. The last one is the one which is causing the most problems to you because it is a completely different perspective and it doesn't move when you move. So you turn left, basically the other 2 perspectives shift. That one doesn't. That one stays exactly the same.
Goodness.
Boy, that's gotta be disorienting. No wonder
Yep.
he took a
Yeah.
Oh man,
Hence the
Took a-
additional.
just a bit.
So
took
basically,
a
you
minus
can
to
maintain
sharp.
that for as long as you want, but you have to keep the -2 sharp penalty for as long as you're doing that. All of you will basically, and all of you will feel everything shudder, shake, rumble, move, and then briefly kind of flicker. And then when it kind of comes back, everything is now glowing slightly green. Just like sepia tone, but green filter.
Are we in the Matrix?
When you said that the wall flickers and shudders and everything we experienced, did the rest of us had a brief glimpse of that other room with the pipes and everything, or not?
Yeah, just briefly.
Is that where? Does that look like where Tanya was kept when she was kidnapped?
It does briefly remind you of it, yes.
Okay, that's great.
There's a cult symbol on that wall. I'm gonna do my best to point at the wall with the cult symbol in this perspective.
Note, the other two perspectives do not go away if you close your eyes.
Yeah.
All you
Yeah,
lose is the
I got
current
it.
one.
I got it. I do it briefly, and I'm like, oh crap. Okay, that one, that wall. We need to mark that wall. There's a cult symbol on it. Let's destroy that.
Is
In
it
the
the same
meanwhile-
as the tattoo that we saw?
Yes. In the meanwhile, pointing my 9mm in the funky perspective, trying to turn so that I'm not about to shoot somebody important, while still keeping this slithering in front of me, and I want to shoot something slithering.
Okay. You will, basically, no roll, because you will see him pull his, everyone will see him, and basically pull his gun, briefly kind of wobble, and then fire wildly into the room. You will not see any indication, basically, that flash will echo in the first two perspectives, the gun flash, basically, Preston, but it does not echo in the last one.
They're very confused. So I can't actually shoot at the slithering things. I can't impact that perspective. I can just see it. The slithering doesn't stop or change or anything, I imagine.
It changed slightly when everything shifted and juddered and rumbled.
Yeah.
Basically, you saw all of the slithering kind of react and move in that moment, but not when you shot.
Wow. Okay. I'm starting to doubt my own sanity here briefly.
Do we have to stay in his summoning circle or whatever we're calling this?
I'm
for
assuming
his
that
spell
you
to
have...
continue?
No, basically, he has enchanted his eyes with this spell.
Their eyes are
Okay.
glowing, yeah.
All right. In which case, I will say to Preston, please stop shooting. And go over to the indicated wall and have a look at this symbol graffitied on the wall.
You, basically you can't see exactly what Preston is seeing because they're seeing their own thing, but looking at the wall, there's a banner for the band which has been hung up there, which, squinting at it and staring at it, now that you are aware that it's there, you can catch traces of that symbol as part of the as part of the band.
All right,
Logo.
Avery takes out her knife and tries to shred the banner.
Okay.
Just cut it into tatters.
As you do so, everybody in the room briefly stops and stares at you. Motionless.
Hey, what's up? Don't mind me. Hack, 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 shred, shred,
The
shred.
more you hack at it, the more they slowly kind of start to press in on you. The band puts down their instruments. The bartender comes out from behind the bar. The dancers stop dancing, put down their partners, and they start kind of walking towards you.
Good times.
At this point, I would say that Tanya also just has both a blessing knife and a magical dagger on her in case there's stuff that's resistant to normal knives. And I think at this point she is grabbing her shotgun just in case.
Okay. Do you continue hacking, Avery?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
She's trying to get it destroyed before any of these people can reach her.
Okay.
Get into reach.
Give me a act under pressure.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I didn't take that one. So it's just my plus cool. +2. Because I'm cool like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Smooth, precise, paying no attention to. A couple of hands try to reach out and grab you and stop you, but you ignore them. Basically, and completely cleave through and destroy it. And as it is destroyed, there is a single shout that erupts from all of the throats of everybody in the room. And then the room winks out, and you all can see the dilapidated ballroom.
She will sheath her knife and retake her submachine gun in hands.
Okay?
Was the
Are there
scream
still people here?
intelligible?
No. There are not people here.
And was the scream what?
Intelligible? Was it a word or just screaming?
It sounded like it had syllables, but nothing in any language you and any of you understood.
Great.
And Preston,
Uh-huh.
your vision, basically, you will see a flinch run through the slithering things.
Wait, there's more than one slithering thing?
Or it's one big thing that's wrapping around a lot. Hard to tell from their perspective.
I'm just thinking because you say it could be something that has melted. Could it be like the slithering thing is like the living version of the tattoo?
That is a possible interpretation of it, yes.
Okay. I don't drink on the job, but now it feels like a good idea as any, even though I'm not gonna do it, but the urge is there, people.
Sadly, the bar here has been long closed.
I mean, I wouldn't drink anything from that hotel anyway.
I mean, yeah, who would take a random drink in a strange situation like that? Okay. What do you want to do now?
Phew. And I still can't. I'm going to try to poke around with my sword at the slithering. Still can't interact with them.
You basically, the sword does basically nothing changes. Basically, no actions that you seem to take seem to have much. Basically, there's an occasional twitch where the perspective will change just slightly, but no major movements seem to translate into
I
that.
subscribe to their channel.
Thank you, which you should, because we're Lorelink, and we're here streaming because basically the thing below me is Lorelink, our campaign management tool. Check it out.
I heard that as caffeine management tools.
Yes, you should always basically caffeine management is important.
Yeah, Lady S needs more caffeine, honestly.
I might be a caffeine monster. 20 can confirm.
She's one of those who drinks caffeine before bed because it's relaxing.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've fallen asleep with cans of energy drink in my hands. So, what do you want to do now?
With the slithering that Preston see, is it just in the room, or can you see it go outside the room into like hallway ceilings or things like that? I think, is there a path or something to track?
They don't have that wide up a perspective. They are just staring at a ceiling from that perspective.
Where is the ballroom compared to where we heard the shot the shot earlier?
The shotgun?
Yes.
That's a good question.
You're welcome.
You came to the ballroom from the
Uh-huh.
hallway, or
Yep.
lobby.
There's no shotgun in here.
Except Tanya's.
Yeah, well, yes.
Do we see any, now that we have dispelled the illusion, do we see any shotgun evidence, blasts in walls or floors?
No.
Okay.
I mean, like, it is an abandoned, basically large abandoned room, so there's lots of damage in the room, graffiti, broken stuff, basically chunks out of walls, etc. Nothing that particularly looks like spent shotgun shells, or basically fresh shotgun shells, or a blown hole in a wall that has a slug or pellet signatures to it. Nothing to your professional eye says someone fired a shotgun in here recently.
We don't smell any gunpowder or
No.
anything.
I mean, you
All
do,
right.
because someone did fire a gun in here.
Well, right, but we didn't smell any. Okay, fair. All right, fair. I'm done now. With that question.
Okay.
But what about second question?
And 11's
The
questions?
players never have second questions or third questions. Never a continuing
I mean-
ending or sequence of why, what, how. Can I lick it?
I already said I'm
No.
not Martine and Luna.
I am not licking it either, or licking any of that either. Nope.
Okay. So, where do you want to go from here?
Avery will walk as close to the hole in the floor as she thinks she safely can,
Okay.
and try to get a look down inside of it.
Okay. Coming up to the edge, you can see down basically the hole in the floor, splintered wood, jagged concrete. Some
Any
broken pipes.
Does it look
And then
like
darkness.
what Preston is seeing?
No,
Okay.
there are broken pipes, but he doesn't see. They don't see any broken pipes in their
Understood.
vision. There isn't a hole in their vision.
Good times.
I guess the next best thing we have is try to go towards where we heard the shotgun earlier. I think that's the only other thing we have somewhat readily available as a next step.
There's also crying as well. Preston heard.
Crying.
Cry. Oh, I forgot about the crying.
Sensory overload.
Can
I
I
know.
find the crying?
You want to go towards the crying?
Yeah, let's see if there's somebody to save.
Okay. This hallway looks modern. Basically, more modern lighting. Basically, industrial carpeting. Keypad, basically your keypad, basically typical keypads on the door. Not keypads, like
Key card.
keycard, basically keycard tap areas on the doors. Further down the hallway, you can hear the crying kind of echoing. You can see a doorway partially opened that direction.
Is this the same hallway and we're just walking farther down, or is it a different hallway?
It's a hallway. I mean, they were walking out, you came towards the sounds of it, and you found yourself in this hallway.
Are we still on the same floor at least? Or is it a different floor?
I mean, maybe? You're...
You sound so prepared.
I don't think it's unpreparedness. I think he's deliberately being
No!
Stick.
effusive.
Oh, I am being
GM is-
sarcastic.
Yeah, is being a thing.
Keeper, indeed. Keeping information from us.
I am not.
Yes, you
I'm really giving you descriptions of things. I may have left things out, because the things I may have left out may have not been happening.
Uh-huh.
All right. Anywho,
So, is there anything we can pick on? How you say the door is cracked open from the room where we hear the crying?
Mm-hmm.
is there anything we've seen? Like, has there been any? Hang on, let me rephrase. Take two. Is there anything that they've seen or heard or anything that may remind Tanya of when she was kidnapped years ago? And I could do like a I'm thinking kind of like using investigate a mystery or anything if I have to roll anything. Since we're in between outright bad situations.
Well, I mean, you're in a bad situation.
Yes. Situation and worse situation.
Go ahead and give me a read a bad situation roll.
Great. Let me double check my advantage on it. What is the read a bad situation? Oh, it's sharp. Maybe I'll get luckier this time.
I mean, that's pretty darn lucky.
Nice roll.
That's my one good roll, so hopefully something will come out of it.
You kind of stop dead in your tracks in the hallway. Because you suddenly realize that, yes, you were kidnapped into a hotel. Basically, it was an abandoned hotel at that point. And basically, when Avery came to, basically, you came back later, this is where the cult was found dead. Why wouldn't you have remembered that? It wasn't like, basically, it wasn't this hotel.
It's called trauma.
There's that. Huh. Basically, but it 100% is that hotel, and that's part of the reason why you came to investigate this one, because weird things were starting to happen at the hotel where you had been kidnapped by the cult. That's why you came here. That's why you got involved.
Do I remember if I was the kidnap was kept in one of the rooms or in basements or anything? Or is it blurry?
How hard do you press for that? The memory just slips out of your grasp, but you feel like you could try to grab it, but
Yeah.
you have to really force it. Are you willing to force it?
Yes.
This is good. This may cause you harm, is what I am saying, essentially.
I figured that out, but thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
So, is it acting under pressure, Ellen?
Yes, it would be an act under pressure roll.
Okay, and since I have read about this sort of thing or lived through this sort of thing before, I can roll my sharp instead of my cool. Which is convenient, hopefully. Or I'm going to regret my life choices. Here we go, people.
That was only 1d6.
That was only 1d6. Roll another.
That was what I was going to say. I only saw one show up.
That's so weird because I used the thing. Okay, then we're going to do another one. So it's an 8.
In any case, I actually think it's less than that technically slightly because it added a 2 twice and you rolled 2 2s.
Do you want me to fully reroll?
No, it's fine. Basically, so this is what happens. You will take a harm, and you will have 2 deeply irreconcilable facts in your head. One, this hotel does not have a basement. 2, you were kidnapped and taken to the basement all those years ago.
Huh. Okay. So, I'm going to share that with the two of us. At this point, I'm going to outright say I was kidnapped by what that cult was supposed to be decimated years ago, escaped. So Preston knows as well. I'm not going to go into details, but at least what Preston understand my reaction. And I'm going to say that I remember that when I was kidnapped, I was taken into the basement, but that we know as far for a fact, probably, this hotel has no basement.
As soon as she says this, basically she was taken to the basement. Both of you have to give me act under pressure rolls.
Okay.
Nice. Under pressure.
You got these people, I believe in you.
That's okay. I'm cool.
Plus cool.
Be cool. Be cool.
Alright.
Too cool for school.
Stay
Bam.
cool, boy.
It's like that.
Okay. Both of you get a splitting headache the instant
Ooh.
that she says that. However, you're able to mostly hang on to the fact that the initial statement that Tanya was kidnapped and taken to the basement is true. And you don't know where the other thought, which is pounding at the inside of your head, is coming from. The fact that this hotel has no basement. You will note the fact that Tanya has a little bit of blood trickling from her nose. And yes, I know that's not where, basically, if you have blood coming out of your sinus cavities, basically, if your brain is bleeding, that's really, really bad. But, you know, it's a universal sign of psychic damage. Your brain is swollen so much that it is putting damaging pressure on your sinus cavities.
Yes, because that's anatomically correct.
I mean, you could, but it's more anatomically correct than your brain is breathing into your sinus cavities, which is basically at that point you're dead.
I mean, you need a surgeon immediately. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's one of where I don't think you can even get that far. Like, there are so many layers of protection between your brain fluids and your cavity, your sinuses, that if you reach that point, something has gone horribly wrong. Random stuff. When it came up in another gaming session where we literally stopped the session to be like,
no thanks.
Hey, wait, how bad would it be if you actually were bleeding from that?
I mean, here's a better answer, maybe. Stress can cause nosebleeds. And when you have that kind of psychic stress, you could have a nosebleed.
There you go. I wonder how stress causes nosebleeds.
Oh, bodies react so interestingly to stress.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, what causes, basically, in this case, that probably blood pressure is probably what that would be, isn't it? Basically, like, a high enough blood pressure causes a capillary to burst. Oh, never mind. Keep going before we get too far down that rabbit hole.
I was going to say, since I think that I'm holding for a fact that this hotel has no basement, then I think I'm going to be like, either this is true. Is this hotel indeed has no basement? This might lead us to think this might be a copycat of sort of the cult and not the actual cult itself, if they were actually decimated. Or maybe there is actually a basement and we're not meant to know about it or find it, whether it's by physical or magical warding or
interdimensional.
Yeah.
Either
Is
way,
the
we need to
crying-
be careful.
Yeah. And is the crying still going on from the room we're standing outside?
Yep.
Great. Can we get a read on what
Time
type
to
of...
go in.
Yeah, time to go in. I was just going to say, is it like, does it
Yeah.
sound like a child, an adult, something completely not human?
Adult male.
Does it sound like the same voice of the guy that got hugged earlier?
No.
Oh.
That's good.
You
Maybe.
can briefly
maybe not
pick
good, I
up,
don't know.
basically, there's occasionally words in it. Basically, gone, missing, left, but not full sentences.
Okay, before we go into this room, should we have a 5-minute break?
If one is required, we can. Basically, what is requested, rather, we can take one.
Yes.
Whatever it takes to make another cup of tea.
Haha.
That's my request.
Maybe
That
an
is fine.
8-minute
Yes.
break?
Yeah, I'm close to the kettle, but still.
I was gonna say, basically, how long does your electric kettle? Because you're French, and that means I know the fact that you're using an electric kettle, not microwaving your water.
I mean, I live with the chef, Mark. We were using an electric kettle before the French lady moved in.
Yes, that's one of the few things I had in my suitcase when I initially moved to Colorado was my electric kettle.
She's not
I
joking,
love it
was
so
in her
much.
suitcase.
Fair, very much fair.
Anyway, yeah.
Tea time,
Tea time.
Tea time. Okay.
just like in croissant.
Basically, so be back at basically you want to say 35 to basically
Sounds good.
that
Yeah.
work for people.
Yeah.
All right.
See you shortly.
Let me double check something here. Yes, that works. Okay. And we'll be back in about 6 to 7 minutes. See you then. All right. Welcome back. We will head back into the game and continue on.
Sounds good. I did have time to use my kettle to brew myself some loose leaf tea from Friday afternoon tea. Gotta love the Scottish breakfast tea.
Ah. Is that one that you picked up at Origins, the convention we were at?
No, I actually ordered it online because our friendly social media manager Tony told me about them, and it's been fantastic.
I was trying to remember. I thought there was one that you picked up a Scottish breakfast from at Origins, or is that a different company?
Well, there's a bunch of different things, similar types of tea that I picked up at the different event. I generally buy at least one bag of tea at every gaming event that has one, which has been most of them.
It was the Mint Earl Grey, I think, that we picked up at Origins, because you and I both went to that booth separately and ended up with the
Yeah.
the Mint Earl Grey.
I've got a couple different chais that way.
Yes, the kitty is receiving the appropriate amount of affection. That is all of it. All right. So, in any case, where we left our group, you were you were just outside of a room, having suddenly come to a series of uncomfortable realizations about the reasons why you're in this hotel and what had happened in this hotel previously. And 20 is now stuck. Cat has made a declaration. I understand that. You're outside of a doorway where a person inside, a gentleman, is crying. And it is up to you what you want to do next.
Let's enter the room with the crying man and figure out what's going on, I think. I don't know.
Let's do it.
Nothing. All right, so Preston is approaching the doorway. The crying is going on inside.
Open it up.
So, are you still maintaining the spell, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Suffering all the consequences therein.
So, it is difficult for you to open the door.
Yeah. I can see that.
There are 2 doors there. One is wide, basically, one is closed in a old, broken down, dilapidated hotel. One is cracked open in your vision. Basically, the modern day hotel. And you're having a hard time focusing on the, like, your hand seems to keep slipping through, off the handle.
Yeah. I haven't really had
It takes a
time,
bit of effort for you
maintaining that
to,
perspective.
and then you're in the room.
Okay.
And you see a typical hotel, modern hotel, slight hallway, bathroom on your left.
Okay.
Somebody, basically, you can hear water running from a shower, running in the bathroom. Door is closed. Light is on. You can't hear anybody, but you still hear the water. And there's somebody on the edge of the bed crying. They're dressed, gentlemen, 20s to 30s, modern casual clothing. They look a little bit rumpled. Um, he is holding his head in his hands and is sobbing.
For clarity, is it only Preston that can see this, or can we all see it?
Are you in the room?
I
Okay.
followed
Yeah,
Preston.
you're in the room.
Follow me in.
Same.
You find yourself in the room.
Does this guy look like the urban explorer live streamer?
No. This looks like a relatively well-dressed. Basically looks to have come from a business casual event, though you can see a tuxedo, or basically like a garment bag, with it, which is open slightly, with a tuxedo in it, hanging in the closet, next to a dress, white dress, hanging in the closet.
Kermit.
Kermit, a Kermit
course.
bag.
I mean, we heard about the green new, sepia filter, but in green. So
Yeah, everything
it's
does still
maybe
have that green filter.
okay. So Kermit could be marrying Miss Piggy. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Hey, over there. Yeah.
Avery will clear her throat and see if the guy reacts.
He will glance up, smile at you, basically, like tears are still streaming down his face. They'll be like, oh, hi. You could basically, room service, you could put the tray over there. Thanks so much. And then he goes back immediately to crying.
Wow.
Do any of
And
us
I-
have any charm score, by the way?
No.
No. I think we're good.
I have a 0.
I have a -1.
Okay.
Same. You are the charmer.
I am
over
the
there.
closest thing to
You are the
charming.
charmer.
Okay. Got
Yes,
That's correct.
I'm the sharp
it-
cookie. That's
Have
it.
fun, Avery.
it. Avery will just say, "We're not room service. Are you okay?"
He will glance up, and say, "Oh, it's our basically. Oh, yes, it's great. Yeah, basically, it's our wedding night," and we'll basically just kind of smile happily, and then go back to sobbing.
Why are you crying?
He looks back up at you and says, "Everybody cries at weddings. It's such a happy day." And
You
is
don't
back to
sound
sobbing.
happy. You sound heartbroken.
He just kind of glances up again and is just like, "Yeah, basically, it's been a wonderful day. Heck of a trip. We're lucky to get this room. This hotel is, like they say, it's packed out. It must be some kind of weird. I think it's one of those costume conventions." It goes back to sobbing.
Where is your fiance?
"My wife," he says, and kind of gives you that knowing wink, and basically, is in the shower. She'll be out shortly.
Is there a shower in this room?
Yeah, he said that we heard the shower on in the bathroom as we walked by.
Is it Hitchcock hour?
What was that again? Sorry.
There's a noise in the background.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. We'll catch up on that in a second. What are the rest of you two doing?
Oh,
So
she
there is
teased
a
if
shower in the room?
There's a.
Do I hear water running?
Yes. Basically, you hear. Basically, there is a. Basically, in the modern hotel,
Uh-huh.
there is a. Basically, there is a door Basically your typical hotel layout. Basically, you've walked into the room. Bathroom is off to your left. Closed door. Oh, geez, that's you as Hitchcock hour.
Does Avery perceive only the illusion, or is she able to sort of see through it and see the dilapidated part too?
You're in a modern hotel. There's no dilapidated here.
Got it. Wanted to make sure what my character sees instead of what I am hearing. One second.
How long has your wife been in the shower? That's
He kind of grins. Is like, oh, you know, women. They like to basically spend their time in the shower.
And so you've already had the wedding today, then?
Oh yes, beautiful ceremony. Should have seen it. Flowers.
So you had a morning wedding.
It was more in the afternoon. It is getting kind of late.
Is that correct?
What do you mean?
What time of day did we?
I'm asking.
Hotel?
Yeah, I'm asking you as the GM what the heck time it actually is.
because
I'm asking you, the player, how are you checking what time it is?
Well, frick. There's a window. Sure. Oh crap.
because it was dark.
I pull out my pocket watch.
The modern hotel, though it is dark outside. The dilapidated hotel, it is probably late afternoon.
Well, crap.
The pocket watch, doesn't seem to be working right. You're having a hard time focusing on it. And basically, again, you've got like 2 or 3 different perspectives, and each is showing a different time.
I would like to investigate this mystery, please.
Okay.
And
What question are you looking to answer?
I would like to know what is being concealed here.
Okay.
So that's 2d6 minus 1. Oh, for Pete's sake. I got nothing.
I mean, you have basically, this feels similar to the ballroom, but I mean, beyond that, it's hard to tell.
Okay.
This pretzel truck is a thing. It's just random cackling. Like mostly it's been atmospheric, kind of good music, and it's been working really well. But this is just random cackling and screaming, and I'm just like.
Sometimes you get like, are you on the spooky channel?
I'm on the spooky channel, yes.
Yeah, sometimes you get like random like sound effects.
Yeah, it's like a random sound effect, which is kind of
I
great.
just usually skip the track.
But this one, it's just kind of like, I'm probably going to skip the track. You hear random noises throughout the hotel. We're going to stop that. Halloween jokes. I hope this is actually a track full of jokes. Okay, no, it's music. Good. Bad dad Halloween jokes.
Yeah, maybe not.
Is there a magic that... hold on.
At this point, Tanya just kind of wants to open the bathroom door because she's kind of certain that...
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. So
I encourage you to do so.
yeah, Tanya is just going to be like, what the heck? And knows that she could find a whole lot of different things in that bathroom, but she's going to open that bathroom.
All right, so thank you, Unstoppable. Basically, you're too young to basically provide dad jokes to the stream, but we appreciate the effort anyway.
He knows a thing or two.
Has he been
He's heard a thing or two.
Has he been subjected to enough? I see.
I was also going to say, as a French mom, so I mean,
oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens when I open that bathroom door?
So Tanya, you find yourself in the bathroom. And the water is running. Basically the room is steamed up. There is multiple, your usual, kind of overnight bag of care products, toiletries of all sorts. There's definitely, you can tell the fact that this is someone who is preparing for a longer trip. They have a good number of toiletries. And you can hear the water running, and it sounds off. And you can see that there is some kind of figure. This is a shower curtain situation because, of course, it's a good horror movie.
Hitchcock out.
It can't have glass doors. It ruins the surprise.
Okay, so I'm going to be like, hello, anybody there? Knowing full well that this is probably asking for punishment, but, before she stepped completely to the shower, she's gonna try her luck.
Okay. No answer.
Okay. Well, at this point, she's going to grab her magical dagger in one hand and then move to go pull the shower curtain open.
Okay. Give me a act under pressure.
Okay.
Actually, give me a really bad situation is probably better.
I mean, it's going to be the same advantage, so
okay.
It's the same because of the expert, and I've read about this sort of thing. So, 2 dice and +2.
Okay. You almost flinch away from the shower curtain. Something feels wrong about the shower curtain just before you rip it open, revealing water pouring down a skeleton just standing in the shower.
Oh, so that's not as good as what I thought.
Pouring down into a hole in the floor in the bathtub, and the water is just cascading down and rolling over the skeleton and then down the hole and into the darkness below.
Well, crap, but all things considered, not as bad as it could have been. So she's going to... Is there anything particular about the skeleton or the hole or anything? Is there anything on the wall that I can see that could give me an idea? Is there any other clue I can glean, basically?
The answer is... nothing basically you don't know basically what you will notice with that 9. Basically, something else basically kind of weirded you out about the room, but with the 9, you will notice basically staring into the hole that just basically, and you'll catch it just before something reaches up, a hand in a basically within a purple sleeve reaches out of the hole and grabs for your ankle. The arm is weirdly long, coming up out of the hole over the edge of the tub, and it basically down to the floor to grab your ankle.
Okay, so how do I try my best to avoid that and jump away or stab it or something? I probably would.
You can try to basically the 2 rolls you could make here would be kick some ass or act under pressure. Act under pressure is just nope, and out. Kick some ass is basically I'm going to do damage to this thing until it stops.
So if I've had to,
you can also make any other to do anything else you want to do that isn't directly affecting it. If you want to, for example, alert the rest of your group.
I mean, I probably will have shrieked in the first place, so
Okay.
that's
Okay.
so that's like a baseline, I would say, and I'm going to go for act under pressure to weasel my way out of that.
Okay.
Let me no, both there. Jeez.
Okay.
If I dream about creepy dudes in purple suits tonight, I'm blaming you, Mark.
I'm avoiding one particular. I was trying to avoid at least one particular horror trope.
I appreciate that.
I can think of one creepy dude in purple suit in my own life, so that's interesting.
Any resemblance to anyone living or should be dead is
Purely coincidental.
Purely coincidental.
Good job, Mark.
Thank you. In any case, so that was the 8 was a avoid, or basically
Yes.
under pressure. Okay, so you will have your ankle kind of basically taken underneath you, but you will at least keep yourself from injury. Basically, but you will find yourself basically you're kind of hanging on to the edge of the bathtub as this hand is attempting to drag you down into the hole. The rest of you, basically Preston and Avery, you hear this shriek coming from the closed bathroom.
Oh, she closed the door behind her?
No.
No,
But the door is closed.
the door is closed.
But it's closed now.
Understood.
Goodness.
Of
Avery-
course. What was that
Avery-
other class? Sorry, what was that role that always gets kidnapped by the monsters? I feel like like my expert as a lineage from that.
Oh, the normal person, who whatever that class is.
Oh,
The mook. The red shirt.
mundane,
Sorry.
I believe is what they're called.
Yes. Avery comes and doesn't even hesitate and kicks the door in. And assuming that is effective, will then point her SMG at the arm and fire a burst at it.
Okay.
What do you want me to roll?
That is a kick some ass roll.
Oh baby, let's go. All right.
Please do.
I'm trying my best, honey.
You got this, babe. I believe in you.
Okay. On any success, 7 or more, you both inflicted harm on each other. Okay. So, what that means is that you open fire on the basically. What is your weapon? What is your weapon's harm? It should say.
It is 3 harm close area.
Okay. So you fire a short burst from your submachine gun, basically stitching up the long arm, attempting to disrupt its hold and inflict damage on the creature. It it does let go of Tanya as another arm flails out of the hole and smashes into you.
Ouch.
And you will take 2 arms as it kind of rips at your skin and clothing and basically leaves jagged, almost jagged circular wounds.
You said 2 harm?
2 harm.
Okay. Avery's starting to look a little haggard.
But then the arms will disappear.
Don't forget, you can spend a luck to avoid harm.
Yes.
That's true.
Basically, points are either dead or doomed. If you keep getting in trouble.
Yes.
Well, I've only spent 1 luck, so let's. Yeah, I actually thank you for that, Michael.
Yep.
I would like to spend a luck to avoid harm in this case. Or
Okay.
I don't know if I'm getting 2 injuries or 1. I should say two wounds or 1. It says decrease a wound you have suffered to 0 harm.
If it says to 0 harm, then yeah, you are taking 0. Yeah.
Great. I would love.
You're
to
taking
take
a 2 harm wound. It is now a 0 harm wound.
Got it.
So what that means is that instead, basically, it's about to do that when Tanya, Tanya, free of the creature, is basically surging backwards, putting distance between herself and the arm, basically kind of slams into you, and both of you tumble out back into the hallway. Basically, as you hear the crashing sound of basically something ripping up the tile floor in the bathroom.
Do we tumble in the hallway or the room? From the back?
Into the hallway. Yeah, you find yourself outside the room.
Okay.
Wow.
Preston.
Uh-huh.
You are basically, given your circumstances, I will give you this because you are seeing things weirdly.
Yeah.
They don't, neither Tanya nor Avery opened the door or did anything but go through the door. Avery kicked through the door, basically planted her foot through the door and then went in.
Uh-huh.
That happens.
Okay, so they've walked through a closed door, basically.
Yes. Note, that happened in the 2, basically both the modern hotel and the dilapidated one.
Uh-huh. Happened in both of them? What do I see them at all in the room with the pipes?
Give me an read a bad situation. roll, which is going to be difficult because that's one of the
Okay.
ones you have a -2 penalty on currently.
Read a bad situation. So that's sharp. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I believe in you.
That's the lowest roll possible.
It is the lowest roll possible. No, that's not true. You could. No, you're basically. It is the lowest roll that you could get, yes. If someone has a worse penalty, you could technically get negative, but.
Welcome to 0.
No.
We don't need to go there. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get you.
So.
Oops.
Trying to think what the best way to describe this is. So basically, you could swear the fact that you could see shadows moving on the wall of people walking around.
Okay. That's not great.
And basically that happened when you started to and your vision shifted slightly when you focused in on that one particular vision long enough, trying to see if you could figure out if anyone else was in there. And you shifted, basically, like your perspective changed just slightly.
Yep.
And you swear you caught a glimpse of Avery's arm before basically it went back to the piped ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And those shadows of people moving seem to get more animated after that.
That ain't great. Okay. I got nothing. I don't know what to do.
You're outside the bathroom.
Yeah.
I see the man is still sobbing.
The man is still crying.
Yep.
So how long has your wife been in there? How many hours?
Oh, you know women. Says the exact same thing again.
Does he exist in both views of the hotel?
Yes.
But that's not normal, actually. What went wrong today?
The sobbing pauses briefly.
Uh-huh.
And he kind of looks up. And the grin is even more fake and plastered.
Uh-huh.
And basically, like, he's struggling to get something out.
Okay.
And weird costume convention is what he kind of gets out. And then goes back to crying.
Not getting anything from him. I'm going to follow them into the bathroom.
Okay. going into the bathroom, you can see the fact that they basically, in modern hotel, you see basically a destroyed tile floor. Basically water running down a now disturbed skeleton, flowing down into a hole. Dilapidated hotel, no water running, skeleton is still there. The floor is destroyed. You can kind of see out into the hallway a little bit. You can see Avery and Tanya out there. The shower curtain hangs in kind of bunched up tatters.
Okay.
It seems to still be intact.
Okay. They're both here. They're in good shape.
They look a bit... obviously, they probably both look a little startled by their situation. The smell of gun smoke in the air. Brushing themselves off. Standing up.
You both okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I see the skeleton?
Yeah, it's in both the modern and the dilapidated.
I'm not surprised. His wife is dead. That's why he's crying.
I was frankly expecting to see something worse in the actual bathtub, but I didn't expect freaking purple.
Purple hugger arms.
Yes, that. Well, thank you, Avery, by the way. It seems that. Freaking hell.
I got you, cousin.
Uh-huh.
So the purple hugger is going to be a pain. Recurring one, apparently.
Is, at this point, Avery will look at Tanya and say, "Is this creature ringing any bells for you? Have you read about anything that does this before?" Or encountered it at all?
Do I need to roll for anything, or can I just answer?
So, what I will say is, what type do you think, basically, what type of situation do you think you are in? Basically, what clues are you going off of? And then I'll have you make the roll with a
Okay.
bonus or penalty based on what you're going for.
Okay. I think we might be dealing with two things. Based on the original clues we got of something big tracking, would be a more natural monster, so to speak. But we don't have clear clues of is it something current or not, while the purple hugger issue and coming through walls and holes would more likely indicate something magical, if not outright interdimensional. But
We also have persistent illusions occurring.
yes, which is also why I think it's like magical. The illusion could be just magical, but with how between the holes, Preston seeing multiple things, the interdimensional hypothesis is starting to make sense, even if I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigative history check.
Alrighty.
Okay. So, you are uncertain about the large creature. But if basically it is possible that you are dealing with some kind of interdimensional being, possibly from, and basically you're struggling to put this, basically something is nagging at your mind and pulling away bits of it even as you think of it. An interdimensional creature, kind of like what the cult was worshipping.
Mm-hmm.
Did they succeed? Partially? Completely? Is something here from, basically, something from that interdimensional rift is coming out and feeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you know in those situations that reality itself can get a little fuzzy.
And
Time may not
yeah,
act normal.
which works with what we've been experiencing so far. And there's also the fact that it's like I knew for a likely fact that the cult members were all dead, but there was never anything about whatever they were worshipping, and I didn't know exactly what it was as far as I can remember. So again, it goes back to the I wouldn't know if it's a copycat kind of deal or if somebody survived, but regardless, it could be. That also tracks with what happened earlier when it was like the whole basement or no basement thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it feels.
As you basically, assuming you're speaking that aloud to the rest of
Yes,
the group,
correct.
I will allow basically something about what Tanya is saying is scratching at your brains. I will allow you to make an act under pressure roll with the risk of failure. Basically, failure will be harm. Basically, failure will be 2 harm. So basically, partial success 7 to 9 will be 1 harm, and basically 10 and above will be no harm. But
Okay,
you have
so
you
you
have
wanna
to be willing. Like, you can tell that it is going to be painful to dig at, to remember. So it is up to you whether or not you want to dig at that.
Act under pressure.
So are they the one digging in, or is it me? I'm trying to.
You can as well. Same
Okay.
basically same thing. Of basically, it's something is wrong. Something is nagging at you.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take that.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Is anyone else making this roll?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a weird roll.
Act under pressure.
This is cool.
Let's act. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
good
make a
10,
cool roll.
10 for
Sharp.
Tanya.
for me, but yeah.
8. So, okay. All 3 of you will remember this, so I can say this out loud and I don't have to send it to you individually.
Okay.
But you will take a harm, Preston. Basically, as it takes much more effort
Frickin'
for
A.
you to dig it up. You keep talking about the cult. You keep talking about basically Avery rescuing you and getting out and the cult being all dead. And you start to try to remember everything about that day. And you realize you can't remember getting out. You can't remember anything that happened past that point. You can't remember basically no adventures, no getting together, nothing past that supposed escape.
Huh.
Oh, you never got out. You're still there.
What the actual hell?
We need to escape.
Ugh. Well, I guess it's still the original cult then.
Or the original deity or entity.
Or both.
I mean, we haven't
Let's go
actually
find it.
encountered any cult members yet, knockwood.
That we know of.
At least any that were overtly cult members.
Yeah, well, those are the easy one most of the time.
Does Preston share what the husband last said to him while we were in the bathroom fighting Purple Hugger?
That's up to Preston. If Preston wants to share.
What's I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing that. What'd you say?
I said, does Preston share what the husband last said to him
What the
while
husband
we were
last
in
said?
the bathroom fighting the Purple Hugger?
What was the very last thing the husband said?
You asked him what went wrong today.
Yeah,
Did
well,
you
oh,
share
yeah.
that with us?
He started to talk about a costume contest and had trouble getting it out.
He said when we walked in the first time something about a weird costume party.
Yeah. He said that again, but he had trouble this time.
My guess is he saw the same party we did.
Yeah.
And he thought it was a costume party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The person that was hugged,
Mm-hmm.
man or woman, at least
Male,
by guess. Okay.
male presenting.
Just making sure that it was not his wife.
No, it was a male presenting
Okay.
entity.
All right. Well, I think it's time to continue. I think we need to just start like running floor by floor and figuring out what's going on in here.
Yeah.
Although part of me feels like that's kind of we're not going where we think we are.
Yeah.
What I'm going to be looking for is anything that I do that it all skews my perspective of the view with the writhing and the pipes and everything. I'm trying to figure out how to move inside of that context or act inside of that context.
Basically, with the exception of that one time you forced it, none of your actions have affected that perspective.
Right.
Also,
Basically, or haven't affected it in any major way, like minute movements,
Yep.
twitches.
Yeah.
and it also feels like, how big is the hotel? We would know that based on the files we had at the beginning, even if some things have been skewed.
It's the answer is basically from the Grand Hotel was so you're looking at a turn of the century hotel, so probably 10 stories, fairly large building, ballrooms, multiple hotel rooms, decent sized lobby, bar.
When we came in,
Mm-hmm.
did we go upstairs? I can't remember whether you said.
The answer is I didn't.
Or is all of the... Okay, you didn't say. So the question is, has all of this been happening on the first floor?
You know that basically from views you have seen out of windows, you know that you have been off of the ground floors. However, now that you have mentioned it, you can never remember stairs or elevator or anything like that. I've just told you you're in a hallway, you're approaching a ballroom, you're in a different hallway.
Yeah.
And there's still the whole thing of me remembering I was brought to a basement and the hotel technically not having a basement. But at this point, I kind of want to see if there's a basement. Especially with multiple things. First of all, that basement discrepancy in the memories. Then also the fact that the tattoo have including tendrils coming or branches coming from a void, and then the multiple holes in the floor. It makes sense that there might be something basement related if there is an actual basement in this building. But that's up for debate with the rest of the group. I would have said that out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Avery asks Preston, since you're kind of seeing two states
Okay.
in this hotel, is there a way for you to look for, like, hidden doors, secret passages type things? Do you have that ability up your sleeve?
I'm going to focus really hard
Okay.
and look around the different perspectives. Let's see what.
So what if the basement entry is just obscured in some
Right.
way?
I would like to. I guess, unfortunately, that would be investigate a mystery. Is that investigate a mystery or use magic?
So you're trying to. What exactly are you trying to find?
A way to the basement, specifically.
Okay. The immediate answer is that attempting to do that, you immediately feel like you're running into a brick wall.
Okay.
Like you have gotten past the fact that you can understand the fact that the hotel should have a basement. You know that the hotel has a basement, unless you're Tanya, in which
Right.
case the hotel does not have a basement.
Huh.
But you can't it is hard for you to something is blocking that is blocked off. You're going to have to break that block somehow. And I will leave that up to you how you want to break that block.
Okay. We're going to. I feel like it would be a mistake to lose my vision here. So I think that what I'm going to try is to be real cool under pressure so that I can calm down and focus on this.
Okay.
If you think that's appropriate. If not, I'm happy to try to use magic to, like I say, I can use magic to observe another place or time. Yeah, I'll do act under pressure unless you think that's not right.
Act under pressure is fine.
Okay. I'll take it.
Okay. So trying to think what the best way to do this is.
I'm in danger.
Basically, 7 to 9 is basically you have succeeded at a cost, essentially. So you're going to be able to force whatever this is into
Okay.
giving you a path to the basement. How much harm do you have currently?
3.
3. Okay. To take, or you will take 2 harm.
How about if I spend a luck and make that roll a 12?
Or you're going to lose a luck. That works.
So do we take harm or not then?
No, he is forcing the situation in, basically at the
Great.
cost of a luck.
Thank you.
However, when you do that,
Yeah.
you get the feeling that you hear a voice whisper in your ear that is not human.
Uh-huh.
The name of your organization that you
Oh
belong
no.
to. And it repeats it 3 times. Then falls silent. Okay.
I've never even said the name of the organization out loud. How do they know? Frick.
Okay. So, you all find yourself suddenly standing in front of a set of doors that look like, basically, pick a time period, Mike. Your call.
Old.
Okay. Basically, it is a, basically like 1930s, 40s, basically swinging, basically door, set of stairs leading down. Basically, bare bulbs,
Mm-hmm.
basically hanging from lights as you descend into darkness.
Oh, good times.
All of you, basically, the feeling of something very wrong just keeps increasing and increasing the more you get into the basement. And finally, you
Keep
emerge
going.
into a large room. The walls are covered with drawings, carvings, pictures,
Mhm.
smears of things. There are
Smears?
smears. There are multiple holes in the ceiling. And as you step, basically, as you get, basically, you can see, basically, the ceiling starts to look a little bit more like, Preston, what you're seeing in your other perspective. And
Okay.
there is basically all of you will basically get a weird feeling of disorientation as you look into this room that just has one wall is just a writhing mass with basically of some kind of flesh with a beak in the center of it and two large purple tentacles,
Uh-huh.
tentacles. It's your vision swims and it's hard to focus.
Uh-huh.
And basically attached to the wall next to it, basically chained up, basically not attached to the wall, basically attached to tables next to it, staring up at the ceiling. You can see Preston. You can see Tanya. You can see Avery.
We're on the wall.
You're basically on the tables looking at the ceiling to make sure the perspective works.
On the tables. Good times. Well, I'm going to walk up and let us free.
Do it.
As
Yes,
soon
please.
as you start to walk up, one of the tentacles is going to swing at you.
Attack!
Give me either act under pressure or kick some ass.
Oh, we're going to kick some ass. It's time. It is time.
It's the time of this.
Okay. Roll tough. Here we go, buddy. What the? Oops. 1 second. Try that again. All those dice. There we go. Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hell yes, go Preston.
Okay. So one of the tentacles is swinging at you. So what damage are you? Basically, what is your?
My attack deals double damage.
Okay. Basically, what are you attacking with?
Oh, my sword.
And what damage? What harm does it do?
2. It is 2 harm messy. We're gonna double that to 4 harm messy.
Okay. Okay. So, you will rip basically one of the purple-suited people, tentacle arms, who is basically reaching for you, and you dodge out of the way and slash at it, basically, and blood and gore spatter across the wall. Basically, one of your visions is suddenly kind of, basically, briefly kind of covered by basically a little bit of the gore as it splatters onto your face, of basically your leg, your vertical face as opposed to your horizontal face as opposed to your vertical one.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the rest of you doing?
Can I? One second. Can I read a bad situation?
You can.
Okay. I would like to know what is most vulnerable to me. And my roll is plus sharp. Which is not a plus, but we'll try anyway.
Okay. What's most vulnerable to you?
I have a submachine gun, a 9mm, and a big knife. I'm holding the submachine gun.
Um, you will note the fact that, in addition to basically that you will spot that there is also that same sigil is on multiple surfaces down here as well.
Okay. Because we're not under an illusory effect down here, right? We're seeing the world as it is. Is that my understanding?
I mean, as far as you can tell. I mean,
Right. I'm not...
You're having a weird double perspective because you see yourself there and you see yourself there, and what is reality at this point is kind of a hazy question.
Okay, but the sigils are visible as themselves and they're not covered by a banner?
Correct. They seem to have been carved, painted, basically multiple different ways attached to the wall.
Okay. In that case, I would like to... start trying to destroy these as I can.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what kind of roll you want for that.
So, different of these is going to require different types of rolls. Some of these will be more straightforward. Who needs to breathe? Basically, some of these, you're going to have to, like, use magic to get rid of. Some of these, you're going to have to act under pressure to get rid of. Some of these will require multiple people to deal with, and there'll be a help out roll. So of those, basically, and there is one that is essentially right beside the monster itself, and that one is going to be a more aggressive, kick some ass one, because there's some risk involved in that one.
As if there had been no risk involved in anything we did already.
Direct risk, meaning a consequence of the roll will be harm.
Uh-huh. Not the first time, frankly, but thank you for confirming our expectations. Expectation management.
I tried.
We will reward you with some ASMR, but you will die a lot.
Well, okay, let me start by trying to get the ones that require act under pressure then.
Okay. Give me an act under pressure roll.
All right. Wait, what is that? Cool. I'm very cool.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh. Apparently I'm not that cool. I would like to spend a luck.
Okay.
To make that a 12.
Okay. You realize that describing this situation to the agency is going to take you weeks to untangle what time periods you're acting in, what time periods you're not acting in, what time periods you're merely observing. It's such a pain. It's going to be so much
Such a pain.
paperwork.
We're not doing that.
So, you may choose to do either what you wanted and something extra, or to do what you wanted to absolute perfection.
Absolute perfection. I want any and all
Okay.
of the sigils that can be destroyed in this manner to be gone.
Okay. Basically, there is basically, these are basically as you are moving through the room while tentacles are flailing and blood and gore are basically going all over the place. Basically, you are able to quickly rip down basically the painted sigils that basically someone has essentially hung construction paper on the walls, newsprint on the walls rather, we'll say, and smeared the sigils across it with some kind of fluid. Oops, I'm like, some kind of fluid that you're able to rip
Bang.
down and destroy. Basically, grab those and destroy it, and you can tell that the creature, basically, the tentacles both kind of stop and basically immediately kind of basically lurch in your direction. Basically, you have now obviously gotten their attention. Tanya.
Take the sigils out!
Yeah, good. That was already the plan. So, which other sigils do I have within reach, and what do they need?
You can either go for the most dangerous one, essentially right by the main body of the beast. There is one that requires 2 people, which means you have to, basically, you'll have to coordinate with somebody else, or there's one that involves magic. It is essentially, it's like carved into the wall, and so you're going to have to break them, basically, essentially use magic to break that system of energy flow, which is powering that rune, that sigil, rather.
I am pissed to realize that I'm like, I am done with this BS. I am going after the one next to the monster because I thought I was out of it, but I paid my trauma dues. So we're ending this today. And
Okay.
right now.
Okay. Give me a kick some ass roll. That sounds appropriate.
Yes. And it's a +1.
You are incredibly angry, it seems.
Ooh, nice roll.
I'm pissed.
You can basically you will destroy that sigil with no problem. Basically, you can either basically all hunters
Tell
get
me
in the fight
more.
get +1. All hunters in the fight get +1 forward. You completely come, or you come through unscathed. Basically unscathed. Basically, it's one of those two. Basically one of the tentacles will briefly glance across you. You'll take like 1 harm.
If I don't, so...
Or you can avoid all harm, or you can give everybody a +1 going forward.
So if I give a +1 forward to everybody else, how much harm do I get?
1.
Yeah, I'm going to do that, to give +1 forward to Preston and Avery.
Okay.
And take 1 arm.
Okay.
I am
Basically-
done.
Basically, as it latches onto and kind of scrapes across you, you will basically feel the room go a little bit grayer, and the rest of you will notice that tentacle looks a little bit better off. Okay. There is that leaves the use magic and help someone. Basically, help out. Sigils are left, and back to you, Preston. What are they going to do?
I believe you mentioned something about there being a magic-oriented sigil.
There is.
Yeah, we're going to deal with that right now.
Okay.
I assume that's a weird roll.
It is, and I am going to give you, for the purposes of using magic, you will have a -1 because you are currently maintaining a different spell.
That's fine, but I also have a +1 from the
Yes.
forward, so...
Yes.
Oh, heck yes.
Apparently,
yes.
the dice have come back for all of you. Good morning.
Yeah, we're all done with this, and we're just being mindful mindful of the time of the
Yes.
play.
Basically, there's
All
a
right.
neat feature you can install in your app. It just to say basically after a certain basically as it gets closer to your whatever deadline you set, the rolls just get increasingly better.
Oh my god, sign me up for that.
Yes, I was going to say, babe, like, yes, please.
All the Baldur's Gate 3 streamers would love that.
Doesn't it basically
Coming to
doesn't
the
the
end of
system
my
already do
stream.
that? I mean, it gives you
Great
better rolls
question.
as you're failing. Yes?
I don't honestly
Can
know.
I heal a harm as part of the effect of removing this thing?
If you want to say you are channeling some of the energy out of, but basically that was powering it, and basically and use it to heal, I will allow that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sweet. Let's do that. This feels like a good use of
Sure, there won't be
energy.
any weird side effects to you just taking some eldritch energy and using it to heal yourself.
Don't even care.
We're doing the things.
Don't even care. It's fine.
How are you?
Okay, the monster is now
Ah.
furious. Its tentacles are lashing all over the room. Basically,
Yeah, I
that
bet
makes
it is.
This last one of basically has to be done with 2 of you to destroy the last one. And but basically failure will result in harm. So it is a help out roll. Currently, it is basically Tanya and Avery, unless one of them
Yes.
wishes to not be involved in it.
I'm involved.
Wants to do something else.
Yeah, so what is the original role and who is doing the help out? Is the original role an act under pressure?
Yes, we will do it as an act under pressure.
Okay. Let me do that then, and then Tanya can help me.
Okay, so I rolled a help out, which I have 1 cool. So
Basically, the last one essentially is basically in the ceiling, essentially, and so
and you
someone is having to get
+1
someone-
from forward.
Oh, dear lord. I hope you roll better
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
than me.
Oh, there we go.
I
They're
want
both
to use
terrible.
a point of luck, though. I want to spend a luck on it.
Great. Thank
Can
you.
I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
If you roll 6 or less, but you spend a luck to bump it up to 12, do you still get the experience for the bad roll? I assumed no, but I'm...
Yeah. The answer is probably no. Because it's
Okay.
not...
Okay. The
No, I
experience
didn't
comes
even
from the
try.
hard knocks.
Yeah.
I didn't even track any of that. So yeah, maybe I spend a point of luck to get a 12 on my helping out roll, which also means that I'm discovering something happening now is related to something I was involved years ago, which I hope Keeper is helpful.
You've already
I
been more
hope
than,
it's helpful.
you've been already more helpful with this entire kidnapped by the cult thing, which, may or may not have been a part of the original thing, really. Totally was. I know what you're talking about, not improving at all.
You.
See here, this is related to something else that happened a year ago. Basically years ago. I mean, obviously, basically what this is you are... Basically, this is essentially everything coming full circle. This is how this started. This is how this ended. Basically, you are... In fact, you're not incredibly certain, basically, as you're doing this, if this is your first time doing it, your second time doing it, or your 400th time doing this. Basically, is this a loop you've been stuck in? Are you finally breaking free? Basically, have you failed other times? Basically, you feel like this is something that has been happening for, yeah, Groundhog Halloween, essentially. Um, basically, and it feels like you may finally be breaking free as you boost Avery up, and Avery destroys the last sigil. And everything shrieks and collapses and goes black, and you find yourself falling, and then you find yourself waking up, and you're on tables in a building which is collapsing around you.
We've been there a minute.
Basically, and things are shaking. Basically, the room is basically is starting to fall apart. Pipes are clanking. You can hear in your mind something shrieking, and that shrieking getting further and further away. But you feel just basically the last. You could swear the last thing it's.
Do the 3 perspectives in my head finally coalesce into one thing?
They are gone. Basically, you only have
Okay.
the one perspective.
Very good. Let's get the heck out of here.
You stumble your way out with legs that feel like they haven't been used in weeks. Basically, you're weakened and emaciated. Basically, as if you haven't properly eaten. Basically, time is basically you struggle to reconcile what time it is, and basically his memories kind of flood back as you try to figure out exactly as you claw and clamber and
Goodness.
step your way out of the hotel, and as it collapses behind you, basically into a gigantic pile of rubble and dust, leaving no traces that it was ever a grand structure such as the Grand Hotel.
Wow.
The end.
Holy cow.
For now.
That was an appropriate Halloween adventure.
Yeah.
Everybody can climb
Nice.
into Avery's sprinter van.
Yes,
And we
correct.
can get back.
Heck yeah.
Drinks
Rather
on
check
me. Drinks are on me.
Eat something for Pete's sake.
Yeah, drinks are on me.
Holy buckets.
All right. And that was the haunting of the Grand Hotel, haunting at the old Grand.
Heck yes.
Hope you enjoyed. Hope I
Nice.
wasn't
That's
too
awesome.
annoying with the. Yeah, you're just on that floor. What are you talking about? I was wondering how long it would take before people realized
It's
I was
amazing.
just putting people in places, because the conceit
Yeah.
is you're stuck in a dream parallel universe essentially, where things aren't basically, and so you're just doing things like you do in a dream. You're just there.
Right. It didn't occur to me right away because I thought I
It took a
was
minute.
thinking meta, right?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, oh, Mark
Yeah.
is making this really streamlined for the stream. Great. Way to go, Mark, in my brain. And then I was like, wait a minute. The first time I asked something that it was like, that's not what he's doing. It was when I was like, are we back in the same hallway? Or
Yes.
did we go out a different way? And you're like, it's a hallway.
Yeah, and I was like, aren't we inside the room instead of the hallway, since the bathroom thing? I was like, which was also keep making me think of the whole interdimensional thing.
Mm-hmm.
And also one of the first things that really made me wonder was like, you were kidnapped in the basement, but there is no basement in this hotel. And I was like, excuse me?
What monster type was that thing?
I was an old one.
And
Uh-huh.
of course it was.
That's
There
what
it
I
is.
thought.
Yeah, basically,
When we saw the
basically the end result of the story, what the story ended up being, essentially, is that basically that Tanya got basically taken by the cult, basically as part of their ritual to basically summon the old one. basically
gross.
you two, basically Avery and Preston came in to basically stop it, rescue Tanya, etc.
Thank you,
Disrupted the
folks.
ritual. Yeah, disrupted the ritual, so it only partially worked. But essentially, what that means is that the old one got summoned and was now working throughout. Basically, when the entire hotel became unstuck in time. So you had basically throughout the course of the entire hotel's existence, this creature reaching out and eating people, basically, and powering itself up on that. And basically, you were
Wow.
its final meal. You were to be its final meal when it.
So I was French baked goods, is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
French baked goods. Oh my gosh! By the way, you all should have some of her French baked goods. They're quite tasty.
I can
Oh,
imagine.
thank you. Yeah.
I would
but
gladly
in-
accept Finch baked goods.
Mhm.
Oh heck!
Well, thanks for having me. I had a blast.
Glad you could be
That was
here.
awesome.
Monster
Yeah.
of the Week is one of my 2 favorite systems outside of D&D.
Yeah, that's good. It did really basically I'm not actually rolling things. I'm just pushing you to do things and then rolling for actions and basically letting consequences result from that. Does help streamline stuff and make it a little bit more player forward.
Uh-huh.
They're definitely basically like combat is definitely one of the weirder ones because you're like basically I never should be rolling for the monster. There is no rolling for the monster. It is you choose to interact with the monster and thus open yourself up for harm in doing so. And so
Right.
luck feels really powerful. I'm not 100% this game. Like that's the only thing I'm like, wow, being able to just auto default into a 12 is a thing. But that kind of goes with the basically it's Monster of the Week. You are the heroes. Basically, you are supposed to be the ones who basically pull things off and do things. It is your show, as it were. But basically, it feels like that is something you want to have a more longer term campaign to really. Basically,
Right.
because as you tick closer and closer
In
to
a one
Doom,
shot.
in a one shot, you're like, oh, I can just keep spending these and it's fine because I probably won't run out.
Right.
But
Well,
this-
and like for my character, it says when you spend a point of luck, your next mission from the agency comes with lots of red tape.
Yeah.
Lots.
Mm-hmm.
Which means like I get hosed.
Yeah. Basically, your next mission is much harder because of that. The basically Mike's cult, Preston's cult, their cult is basically now under threat from this other dimensional being because basically he
Right.
used a bunch of luck while dealing with this creature and essentially
Yes, I.
alerted the cult, basically the cult and the being to their
Right.
organization. It's so
Right.
you'd be dealing with
the other
consequences of that later.
Well, the other consequence is that I could have almost leveled,
Mm-hmm.
right? Gotten 5 experience checks if I hadn't. No, I would have only had 3, right? But every time you spend a luck to change your roll to a 12, you're potentially losing out on an experience check mark,
Mm-hmm.
which is also a cost.
Yep.
And in a one shot, that's an easy decision. But in a longer campaign, you might just take the experience and suck it up.
Right. Right.
It was also
One-
just case. It's funny because I realized that the last time I played it was supposed to be a longer campaign, and that's why my memory kicked in. Why I got the infirmary as part of my haven, even though in a one shot we didn't use it, but my brain was like, "Let's be practical."
Yeah.
Nice.
Lots of
Sweet.
fun,
Well,
though.
thanks. Fantastic. I'm guessing you
Good.
planned it all with Lorelink.
I did. That's what's directly below me. Basically, and this one, because of the more improvisational nature of it, my notes on it are a little bit more like you can see here. I've got the party doesn't stop, and I've got an outline of that. I've got the wedding night, which was another event that we ran. Basically, the guy sobbing for his wife. And then other stuff I was just adding in here, like the old one I added in, like the Kamiske I added in Rupert, I had to record that to capture that because I mentioned that name, and if I wanted to come back to it, I had it written down quickly so I could refer back to the same name over and over and over again. Basically, I also added the players in, so that I could basically keep track of people's names, basically, because it's a one-shot. You're like, okay, who's who again?
Yep.
Being able to just reference that page made that much easier. So even for a heavy improvisational campaign like this, it makes sense to have something where you can quickly take notes and reference them back just to keep things flowing, keep things make more sense, basically keep things more consistent. So it doesn't have to be a full, basically like a Monster of the Week that basically definitely pushes you for the don't make a whole lot of notes ahead of time. Don't plan everything out because it's supposed to be player forward. Your players are supposed to be determining what's going on. Like what we saw here, where basically Tanya involving Luck basically pulled in the cult kidnapping thing, and I'm like, okay, cool, we'll just run with that, and we'll just go with the you never actually got out, because that's a much more interesting angle to run with, as opposed to like the initial adventure I base this off of is you come in, and then the initial one is you come in and you get killed, and you are dead ghosts haunting the hotel along with everybody else in the hotel. And you have to realize you figure that out as well as figure out everything else.
Oh, it's a Sixth Sense vibe.
Yeah, basically.
I was going to thinking about the others. I was thinking about the others as well.
Yeah, okay.
Goodman, yep.
Yeah, basically you're supposed to realize, hey, our feet don't touch the floor. It's hard for us to interact with physical objects, etc., etc. And so I'm like, well, ending it with the you've been dead all along is kind of a bummer for a one shot. So let's change it to you're dreaming, you're sleeping, and something like that. And then,
thank you. Good job.
we'll move from there. Some of the other things we didn't get to, obviously the urban explorer was going to be there and be someone who's wandering around. And basically you'll find indications that they have been attacked or something like that, but they're wandering around fine. And so you have to basically help them reconcile it. The shower curtain was another sigil because they're supposed to be scattered throughout the hotel. Hence you kept reacting to the shower curtain. But basically you moved on from it. I'm like, that's fine. They'll just be in the basement. And the shotgun is, because everything is unstuck in time, basically other people can start showing up at the hotel, and one of the other people who shows up at the hotel is another hunter who's there hunting spirits, basically ghosts, and you encounter him, and they immediately go, you're obviously just more evil spirits inhabiting this place, and they try to kill you, and you have to convince them that you aren't in fact that, while dealing with the fact that, hey, this person isn't recognizing us on the normal level, what's going on? So that's someone else you can interact with that can twig you to the fact that your things aren't right with who you are and what's going on. So, but basically that's the thing with, like, again, you plan stuff out and you have to be willing to basically improv it and be like, oh, okay, that doesn't work out. Basically, that's a situation. Don't force things back onto a track, especially with these type of games. Let it happen. Just enjoy it. And
right.
You can be like, oh, hey, I had this cool idea, but you know what? This cooler idea showed up. Your players don't know. Basically, they'll have a great time no matter what. That's what they're here for. Basically, it's don't make things harder on yourself just to print some pre-existing plan.
Right. Well, you did a great job of dropping really subtle hints, like it tastes like the best old-fashioned you can remember. Right?
Yep.
And you gave that vibe of it's from your memory, you're not experiencing it.
It's just adding some things in that weren't quite right, to things that were completely normal. Leaving out details of things of, like, you never really opened any doors until you started actually focusing in on trying to open doors, and that's when things started to go wrong. You just entered into rooms and dealt with it from there.
That's fun. This is fun.
Yep.
I think I think Monster of the Week could be really interesting. The only other time I've ever played was when my buddy, who I am a moderator for in his Twitch channel, did it as what he refers to as poggers and perils, which is where Twitch chat is the controller of the player character through polls in chat. So you vote for what you want, and then whatever gets the most votes is what the character does. And we did a Monster of the Week, and it was werewolves, and the player character died. We died. It was significant. But it was my first introduction to Monster of the Week. I thought, this system is fun. So... And if I recall correctly, Chat was the professional in that as well. We were not very good at our job, apparently.
Currently, I do half decent as the expert because the one over time I played it, we were larger. I think we were 5 players in the group, and it was going to be a longer adventure. It fizzled out, but I was also the expert. And basically, last night when I was like, "Oh crap, I need to couple something together." I more or less rebuild her from memory, I realized, and that did work out.
It did.
Yeah, worked out great.
But yeah, Monster of the Week is really one of my favorites, and when I heard you were doing that, I was like, is there a spot? Please, is there a spot? Because Monster of the Week and the Mass Effect TTRPG are my 2 favorite systems outside of
cool.
D&D.
That's fun.
That makes sense. Yeah, this is my first time, so very cool.
Glad everyone enjoyed. Basically, and we will basically from there. It is Halloween, so we'll let all of you return to your regularly scheduled spooky activities.
Your own monsters of the week.
Yeah. May your monsters of the week only be seeking treats, not tricks. Basically, enjoy your Halloween, and we will be back. Not next Tuesday, because next Tuesday is election day, and we basically, for those of you who have important elections to get to, go vote.
Go vote.
Yes.
Basically, there are plenty of while Indiana may not have a bunch of interesting ones, I know there are many of them across. I vote. Basically, 20 is showing that they voted. Excellent.
I voted too.
Excellent.
Nice.
So we will not be back on next Tuesday, but we will be back next Friday for another guest stream. It is Shadowlight and Personae. And basically, we are happy. Basically, it'll be me running a game for the creator. Basically, one of those fun situations to find yourself in. Basically, it is both exciting and stressful as a GM to be like, oh, I get to run the game for the creator. Oh, I get to run the game for the creator. So, come back next Friday.
That's awesome.
November 7th for that.
I imagine that's like if you're like doing a Taylor Swift cover and she shows up at your performance.
Yep.
I get to sing in for the huge megastar that made this popular.
It's funny you were thinking cover. I was like, that's like if you're singing a Hailstorm cover and Lizzie L shows up.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, insert artist here, but yes.
So if you want to be kept up to date on what cool things we are streaming, there are multiple ways to do so. Obviously, the easiest is, of course, to basically just follow or subscribe to this channel right here. If you follow the channel, you get free notifications that let you know, hey, we're going live, and you're like, oh, I'd forgotten that they were going to do the Shadowlight stream on Friday. Basically, it pops up and gives you a little notification right there and lets you know. And you can pop over to our stream and catch us streaming. Of course, if you really appreciate what you're doing, you can subscribe to the channel. We always appreciate it, never required. We don't do basically streamer-only streams or anything like that. But it is a good way. Basically, we always appreciate it. It's a good way to basically thank your streamer. And of course, if you have basically Amazon Gaming, Luna Gaming, Twitch Sub Prime, whatever they want to call it at any particular day. It is a way of taking money out of Twitch/Amazon's pocket and putting it into ours. And basically, we feel that we make much better use of the money. We don't spend it on flashy conventions that don't do anything, or on boats that really should just sink. Basically, the only yachts that we have are in-game yachts only. So basically, you can also, of course, follow us on Blue Sky. Basically, you'll get up-to-date notifications. You'll basically hear from us talking about cool things and have discussions with lots of other people and funny posts from our communications director, who would normally be in this stream, but they're not because they're taking care of their own little monsters. Basically, and last, of course, you can check basically if you're watching this over on the YouTube channel, either when you're watching it live streaming or because that's where the archive of this stream will be. If you want to check it out later, you can always like and subscribe and comment over there for the algorithm. Always appreciate it. And last but not least, of course, if you don't want to interact with us on social media because it's social media in today's world, you can always get our newsletter delivered directly to your inbox once a month. Quick, easy, and basically no interaction needed other than opening your email. We don't spam. It'll just be there once a month telling you cool things we're doing. And of course, definitely not least, hey, basically, we have a lore link. It's a cool product. If you want to check it out, if you want to see if it actually makes your life easier for your Halloween party, your Thanksgiving, basically, you want to do something with your family over Thanksgiving that doesn't involve, I don't know, talking about politics. Basically, you can run a game for them, and you could use lore link to help you. Basically, you can check out lore link at that very link, and basically, you can get a free 2 free campaigns right out the bat. Basically try it out, and then basically you can subscribe to it and get all the other cool features, like basically being able to hotspot maps and do other cool things like that. So check all of that out. We appreciate you for watching, and basically have a happy Halloween. Good night, all.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Oh, and basically follow 20 and Lady Storytelling because they're going to be doing cool Cult of the Lamb stuff later. Farewell.
Yeah. Bye, all.
Bye, everybody.